About what you guys as officers are hoping to accomplish with this?
We're just here to make a change, buddy.
Okay, so how do you feel? How do you feel about the protests all week long here in Dallas?
I can't comment on all that.
No?
No.
What do you hope to accomplish today?
Have a peaceful day.
Peaceful day?
Yeah.
What does that mean in your eyes?
We're all here to support each other.
All right, thank you. What was your name, officer?
Geist.
Guys,
Yep.
thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Excuse me, guys.
Oh, hey, welcome back.
What's up, guys? We've got a pretty solid media contingent here, as you can see. Excuse me, officer. Trying to figure out where they're going to be speaking from. A lot of cops here, uniformed and not. That is Chief Hall.
Okay.
Do you know where the speakers going to be set up? Excuse me. Do you know where the speakers are going to be set up?
No, sir.
There's probably about 100 people here thus far. Many of them uniformed officers. I believe there are snacks somewhere around here. Let's do a quick walk. Can I see that again? What is your name? Officer Lewis?
Officer Lewis.
How long have you been on DPD?
Almost 18 years.
18 years.
And I felt this way ever since I joined the department.
Where are you from originally?
Birmingham, Alabama. Excuse me if I get overwhelmed.
It's okay.
I
You guys
felt
come out here to the Blue for
since
Black
I
Lives
joined
Matter
the
March. This is the Blue for Black Lives Matter March.
How do you feel about the way the department is handled this week?
How would I feel about
the way the department has handled the week?
the department? I think it was definitely a learning experience. We've grown. There were some things that I would like to have gone a little bit differently, but we have to respect our city's decisions and some of the decisions. But to me, it's important to not get in front or in the way of a major movement. That you have to understand the whole purpose of a protest like this is because the society, the people that we are here to serve and protect, they're calling for change.
Have you been out working any of the events this week?
Not the events there, but here at headquarters, I've been a part of the process.
Were you here on Friday then? Last Friday?
No, not Friday.
Okay.
I got in on Sunday to work, and it was a struggle for me.
Yeah.
I was mixed emotions because I wanted to be out there. I wanted to be afforded an opportunity to protest.
Yeah.
But there are some policies and guidelines that don't allow uniformed officers to do so. So when this happened, I felt a sigh of relief that we were told that we can do it together to show a sense of solidarity.
I know there are a lot of uniformed officers here. Are you on duty at the moment?
No, we have to be off duty for the protest.
Okay,
but
you're allowed to wear your uniforms today.
We're allowed. We got it approved to wear our uniforms because that's the purpose.
Yeah.
It's to show people that we are with them. Like, we don't agree with what that officer did to Mr. Floyd at all. And so I'm very thankful for the department for giving us this opportunity to express that, because we're all hurting because of that guy's horrible decision.
What do you hope to accomplish today?
I'm hoping that we're sending a message to society that police officers don't stand for those injustices. That we are here. We have a duty to serve them and to protect them. And it is ultimately important for us to know when it's time for us to de-escalate. If we can do that from this and push forward with criminal justice reform, because it's not just the police department, it's the justice system as a whole, it's a systemic issue. And it's going to take all of us, the citizens, the police, the courts, everybody, to play an active role in moving forward. And I pray that I can live to see that change. Because in the 60s and 70s, my parents thought we're going to see it. Yeah. My mom is still alive. She's hoping that she lives to see the day that we all can just be in love with each other, be happy for one another, talk about one another without using such descriptives. Yeah. Why do my brothers and sisters have to always be identified as a black male or a black female? Yeah. Why can't we just be a man died today? Yeah. Why does it have to be so descriptive when you're talking about us and everyone else is not identified by their race? I think it's time for that to stop.
So there've obviously been.
Thank you. There you go. Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's it?
Yeah. That's
okay.
It. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's it. We got one cop on the record. Let's loop around and see the size of the crowd. Here's the snack station. Barbecue. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah. Can I see your sign? How long have you guys been on the force?
5 years, 6 years.
5 years, 6 years. Officer, I know some people here, some police, like you guys are off duty, but you're wearing uniforms. How is the crowd supposed to know who is on and off duty? You can't?
We're all wearing uniforms, so.
Okay. It's potentially confusing though, right? Okay. Thank you. So yeah, that's just something I realized, that with so many cops uniformed but off duty, it's going to be really tough to tell who is and isn't working. Hey, what's up, buddy? Hey. Where'd you end up parking? We're live right now, just so you know.
Oh, media battle, guys. Nice, separate corners.
I'm gonna keep doing a lap.
Same story.
All right, so we are at Jack Evans DPD HQ. I'd say there's 200 people here, many of them police officers. Let's get back in the shade. It's gonna be a long day. That cop's handing out water, as opposed to mace.
Once again, thank you guys for coming out here on this beautiful, beautiful Friday afternoon. This is the Blue for Black Lives Matter March. This is the Blue for Black Lives Matter March. If you have a mask, please put your mask on. If you have a mask, please put your mask on.
Excuse me. Excuse me, can I get your name real quick? And how long have you been with this DPD?
A little over 10 years.
A little over 10 years. And I heard you say before you're a detective?
Yes.
What department?
My title is detective,
okay.
but I'm now the Latino liaison between Dallas PD and the citizens of Dallas.
What? So you're the man on the mic today?
Yeah, I'm one of the ones that organized this, yeah.
Okay.
The one that started it all, yeah.
What is your hope for today?
My hope for today is this is the beginning of a new conversation. This is the first step towards peace and change, because it's been a long time coming that a change is going to come. And today's that day that minority officers are standing for our people and walking with our people.
I noticed there are a lot of cops here in uniform who are off duty.
Yes.
How are people supposed to know who's on and off duty?
Well, I mean, sometimes you can just spot a cop, but for the most part,
sure.
officers that are off or on duty are wearing their uniforms from what I've seen.
Right.
I've seen a handful that aren't, but for the most part, I mean, I'm going to say about 90% of the cops that I see are in uniform.
When did you propose this idea, and what kind of reaction did you get from the higher ups within the department?
This was born 72 hours ago.
Okay.
I mean, I'm talking, this was born on Tuesday.
Okay.
This started as an idea. A friend of mine sent a text message and said, hey man, why don't you march?
A friend in the department?
No,
or outside?
A
okay.
citizen citizen out there.
Yeah.
He sent me a text and said, hey man, why don't y'all march? And I said, I don't know. I don't know if I'd have that kind of support. He said, why don't you?
Well, thank you for your time. I hope the audio is okay, guys. We didn't really get a chance to check this beforehand. Yeah.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys
Thank you.
for coming out here on this beautiful afternoon. We're going to get started here in just a few minutes. We will be getting started here in just a few minutes for the Blue for Black
Is that my water? Wait,
Lives
what?
Matter
No,
March.
here it is. I'm such an
This
idiot.
is the Blue for Black Lives Matter March. And once again,
Oh, is that you?
thank guys.
Okay, I'm going to follow up with you on that for sure.
Appreciate
Nice to
you
meet you.
guys.
Let's go.
Weather in
Thank
the
you.
heat. We will be getting started here in just a few minutes. If you need water, please raise your hand and we'll get an officer to you to give you some water. If you need some water, please just raise your hand and we'll get you some water. We have officers passing out water right now. Also, don't forget, we do have pizza here in the front. We have pizza and sandwiches here in the front. If you guys are hungry, go ahead and get yourself some pizza and sandwiches.
So this is an interesting event because... So one more time, it was Turo, last name?
Arturo Martinez, people call me Tours.
Okay, thank you, Arturo. So this is an interesting event because obviously we've got people protesting the police and we've got the police. Obviously these factions have been literally clashing all week. We have been able to accomplish our goal thus far of getting some police to talk when we haven't been able to get them to do so earlier in the week. So I feel good about that. This march is slated, or this event is slated to march at some point to Dallas City Hall, which is the site of a number of other protests scheduled for today. So should be an eventful couple of hours. Councilman, Pete Freeman with Central Track. Can we talk on camera? Hope the wind isn't too bad, guys. Sorry. Hey, Councilman, how's it going?
Doing well, how are you?
Good. So first question, I apologize. How do you pronounce your last name?
Basil Dua.
Basil Dua.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So P. Freeman Central Track. We've been out here all week. We've interacted some on social media about this. What brings you out today?
Well,
And what district do you represent? Can you share that?
I represent District 7, South Dallas, Southeast Dallas.
Okay.
Parts of Far East Dallas. I'm out to support change that I believe is much greater than our city.
Yeah.
And it is much greater than, just one black life that's been lost.
Yeah.
This is something that has been going on for years and years, and I think that there's momentum and a movement that exists that has never before, and it's time to act on it and capitalize on that momentum. We have to also empower the young people that are a part of this movement. That's what we've seen, in decades, history's past.
We've seen a lot of, clearly the citizens of Dallas have been voicing their concerns all week long.
Yes.
What action is local government planning at this point?
Well, I'm glad you actually said that. I plan to put a memo out later. TC
Broadnax
has put out a memo with an immediate plan with actions that can be taken without council action that was within his purview to enact now. And he has also agreed, which was not articulated in his memo, that we are going to be given a third budget option that is going to not only be our effective tax rate and our proposed budget, but also one that is going to really speak to the whole concept of reimagining public safety and seeing how investing in other areas can not only help the systemic problem, but from a different angle also help alleviate violent crime and help the efforts of our law enforcement officers.
You've been out here. I've seen you. You know, how has being out here shaped your perspective on legislation?
I think that it's important. You know, I've heard a lot of comments, and I believe that they're mostly stemmed from the level of frustration and the level of, I guess, lack of faith that things are going to change. So I get it, but instead of.
But I just mean you've been out here physically present, and
no,
I don't know
that's what I mean. So I hear people say like, "Well, listening sessions are great."
Yeah.
You know, like.
And there is one scheduled. There's one scheduled for this afternoon, at 2 p.m. Right at City Hall.
Well, yes.
With the mayor.
It's our public hearing. Yes.
Yeah.
But I think that they were referring to what I hosted in the community.
Oh yeah.
The
Sure.
day.
Sure.
So I think that there's value in being out here physically to hear.
Yeah.
To listen. And I believe that any of those, I mean, if we can go behind closed doors and enact policy or something that we want to consider reform, and it not be at all influenced by the community or those stakeholders who I believe are going to have the most effective and productive voices in this process, and that's going to be the same old that we've experienced in the past.
How do you feel about the overall elected official presence at these protests this week?
I can only speak for myself.
All right, would you be encouraged? I mean, would you like to see more?
I would love to see more.
Yeah.
You know, and to be clear, it's not just at the city level.
Yeah.
I think that we need to see our school board trustees out here. We need to see our county commissioners more. I have seen 2 of them.
Yeah.
We need to see our state representatives.
Yep.
There's a lot of action that's going to need to be taken in Austin that isn't going to. There's nothing that we can do here at City Hall.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd love to see more engagement. But I also think that one of the messages that's going to come from this movement is the power that we have in our voices to vote.
Yeah.
And hopefully we see a movement of younger electorate. And if that's the case, you know, if your representative isn't around, start taking notes.
Councilman, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, that was Councilman Adam Basil Dua, I believe. I can never pronounce his name right. I apologize.
Check, 1, 2. Welcome out
right,
to the
looks like
Blue
things are about
for
to formally
Black
get underway.
Lives Matter March. Thank you guys for being out here. If everybody can face this way. Blue for Black Lives Matter March.
It's the Blue for Black Lives Matter March. It should be worth noting that this gentleman accidentally called it a Blue Lives Matter
Thank you
March
guys for being out here
earlier.
on this beautiful afternoon. I really do appreciate you guys showing the support for us to be here today. We're going to get started here in just a few seconds. All
right, I'm going to try to get another angle. No, I'm kind of in the best angle. All right, here's Chief Hall approaching the microphone. Chief Hall has been under a lot of criticism this week. Excuse me.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Once again, thank you guys for coming out here on this beautiful afternoon. My name is Arturo Martinez. I sincerely appreciate you guys for coming out here to the Blue for Black Lives Matter March. A lot of people have been asking, what is the Blue for Black Lives Matter March? Why are we here today standing amongst citizens, amongst Dallas police officers, amongst area police officers?
Smash the topic on the scene.
Why are we here today? Because we are united against racism. That's why we're here today. We're here today because we just want equality every day.
Hey,
because God made us this way. I'm
I just want to say you've been doing great work,
black.
and you should not have been detained on Monday.
People of color, thank you for being here today. The reason that we officers stood up is because today is the day that we finally stand up to systematic oppression, to internal racism, to outside racism. Today's the day that we finally stand up for our people and stop being afraid of ridicule.
I'm telling you, that's the word. That's the word.
Today's the day that we finally stand and we march with our people. Because
We've got
when
some
I take
very
the
diverse
off,
signage right
I'm
here.
just another Mexican on the street. You see what I'm saying? So I really do appreciate you guys being out here today. Today's that day we're finally going to make that change. We have a few people here that want to say some words. Just real quick, what we're going to do today, we're going to march. We got the go-ahead. We got the green light to march. We're going to go down South Lamar. We're going to stop at a certain person's house that we lost. We're going to keep marching. We're going to take a right on Katie's. We're going to take a left on Ackerd, and we're going to stop at City Hall and say a few words. That's what we're going to do today. So make sure you guys get yourself some water. We do have a little bit of food left, and we do have sunscreen if you need it. I'm going to go ahead and pass this off to Pastor Hennessy to say a few words. Pastor Hennessy.
Wait a minute. Hey, I like him.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Pastor Hennessy?
Heavenly Father, we know that from time to time the world gets messed up because you've put us in charge of it. When the world is a mess, it's because we create it. So God, today, first of all, I want to go on record, not just in the earth, but in the heavens, and saying, we're sorry. We're sorry for the trouble we've caused. And we acknowledge that we can't really fix it without your help. So we call out to you, we cry out to you today. And so God, not only change the structures and the policies, even the laws, the atmosphere, God, change our hearts. Start there. You have told us what is good. You said we should do justice. We should love mercy. We should walk humbly before our God. And so, Lord, we ask that by the power of the Holy Spirit, you would put good in us and we could manifest it in our communities, in our families, around the world. Oh God, be our help as we begin this very important day to change the way the world works. We pray this prayer in the name of Jesus the King. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. That's my pastor at Trinity Church in Cedar Hill.
Pastor, what was your name?
Guys, I want to thank everybody for coming
Jim
out.
Hennessy.
My name is George.
Like the drink?
I'm
Like the whiskey.
president of the
Okay.
National Latino Law Enforcement Organization. Look around you. We got pink, purple, white, green, everybody. We're going to do a peaceful rally, a peaceful march. I ask everybody if you have a negative sign. I hate the police. Not today. Okay? Because we're going to love on each other. I'm going to kiss you on your cheek. I'm going to hold Chief Hall's hand. We're going to walk together. All right? Like Turo said, we're going to walk to City Hall. Pastor Butler will kneel us. We're going to kneel for 8 minutes. Get back up and come back. All right? I want to thank Dickey's Barbecue. If you haven't gotten yourself a sandwich, Dickey's Foundation, grab a sandwich, grab a meal. There's plenty of water. There's plenty of masks. I want to thank other individuals from surrounding cities. Well, I know we have Chief Harvey. Where are you, Chief? I saw you earlier. All the way from down south, Ennis, Texas. One of our own. I want to thank the Mavericks. Where are the Mavericks? The Mavericks, Mr. Cuban. Come on up, Mr. Cuban.
We've got Mark Cuban here.
Hopefully we'll get to basketball soon, sir. All right. Guys, thank you. We're going to flip it over here in a minute. Chief Hall's going to say a few words. Mr. P will say a few words, and then we'll get started. Thank you, guys. I'm sorry, Chief Hall. My partner in crime, Terrence Hopkins, the president of the Black Police Association.
No, it's all right. You know, me and George go back and forth, but we love each other, trust me. First of all, I want you guys to really understand what's happening here and really the driving force behind it. It ain't none of us old head guys. It's a young rookie by the name of Arturo. So he makes me so very proud of you young people, because sometimes it takes you guys to show us older folks how to do it. And what we saw in these protests, these marches that took place in Dallas, was our young generation organizing because they saw a problem and they wanted fixed. All right, they sit by and watch an African-American male die for 8 minutes. And that's a tragic thing to have to watch. And what that did was incite people, and like George said, it incited people from all races, creeds, religions, all of you guys here today, man, I'm just so proud that you guys are standing up for what's right, even though it's kind of against my profession, because my profession don't get it right all the time. We make mistakes. We need to come out and admit that when it happens, and we need to correct it. There needs to be a corrective action following it. So we definitely come out today because we don't condone those actions of officers that behave that way. We're going to call it out every time we get a chance. We're going to call it out, and I'm not afraid to call it out. If you do wrong, we're going to let you know you're wrong, because people that do stuff like that don't deserve to wear this badge and this uniform. Because you're making me look bad. You're making my good guys look bad. So again, I want to thank you guys for coming out. I just want to pray that everybody here has a peaceful demonstration, because we're doing this. I know that flyer said blue for Black Lives Matter. How about blue because Black Lives Matter? Without further ado, Mr. Cuban.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out. You know, none of us are perfect. Each and every one of us needs help in some way, shape, or form. We all have issues, and we all have challenges. And sometimes, we're fortunate, we can just turn, and there's someone there to help us, someone there to guide us, someone there to lead us, because they're different than us, and they have a different perspective. Come on up. I was really lucky. I found this force in nature, and St. Marshall has just been incredible to help guide me and help guide the Mavericks. But as I just said, all organizations, not just people, organizations have to grow and get smarter and better. Whether you're police officers, whether you're basketball players, whether you're running an organization, whether you're working for an organization, there's always room. But in order for those organizations to improve, that improvement has to come from each and every one of us. It has to come from the bottom up. When I say bottom, I mean the people who do the work. When I say bottom, I mean the people who feel the pain. When I say bottom, I mean the people who need the help. And so it's us turning to our neighbor and saying, let me tell you something you didn't know. And it's us turning to our bosses. Because remember, all of us are afraid right now. We don't know what's out there and what we're going to see next. We've got a pandemic, we've got a virus, we've got unrest, we've got civil unrest, we've got looting, and we all need help. So when you get a chance, no matter where you are, turn that person next to you, whether you're in the streets, whether you're at home, whether you're at work, whether you're just walking down the street and see somebody, and just say, let me tell you who I am and why I care about you and why you can care about me. And if we all just do that once a day, we'll be in a much better place. Thank you.
Real brief. My boss talked about turning to your neighbor, and truly I have a great boss who gave me a mandate for us to really transform our culture. And as part of transforming that culture, we have a workplace promise at the Dallas Mavericks. All the Mavericks, wave your hands. We have a workplace promise. And I'm going to have you with your mask on, turn to your neighbor, because I'm a church girl, and where I come from, we talk to our neighbor. Okay? And we're glad to be here. Georgia Randall, my friend, Chief Hall, all of you, thank you for inviting us today. It is such an honor to unite with you, because it's about all of us doing this together. So look at your neighbor and say, neighbor. No, I come up from a Pentecostal church. Say it loud, neighbor. Everybody
neighbor.
Everybody.
Let's not get arrested, that said.
Turn to your other neighbor. We always had two. Neighbor. Every voice matters. And everybody belongs. God bless you.
All right, guys, fantastic. So thanks for everybody coming out, the Mavericks. You know, for you guys to come out and show us some love, that's fantastic. Also, we forgot that Campese's Pizza also fed us, along with Dickies. And for anybody that we forget, please charge it to the heart. But without further ado, I want to introduce you guys to the leader of this department, who, believe it or not, I know it is a tough world to police a major metropolitan city these days. But the woman behind me is so amazing, our troops don't even know, because they don't get to have these conversations. You cannot change this organization and this culture overnight. But trust me, she works every day and makes changes every day when us association leaders call her that you guys you're not even aware of. So without further ado, the amazing Chief Hall.
I just want to acknowledge everyone who is here today. Thank you. There's a lot of pain. On May 25th, 800,000 police officers across this country watched one of our own put a knee on the neck of an African-American man for 8 minutes and 46 seconds and murdered him. We watched it. We have to own it. We have to acknowledge it. We have to fix it in our respective police departments. And we have to be committed to move forward. I am so blessed and so honored today that I have association presidents, because most of you who are activists, I know right now we have some differences. I saw a sign that said, Chief Hall, we are disappointed. I am too. We are too. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Some of the crowd just said they love Chief Hall and thanked her for all she's done.
Through this protest and some civil unrest, individuals were hurt and injured for the rest of their lives, and that's never what we want to happen. We are committed to sitting down and looking at how we do things and move forward and do them better. We're committed to that. I did not have to force anyone to come out here. We're here on our own. I want you guys to remember, leading this organization is challenging because I'm Black and I'm blue. And that is challenging. We all feel the pain. Every single one of us are condemning the actions of that officer. As a daughter of a police officer who lost his life in the line of duty, that is not what this badge means to us. It is honor, it is integrity, it is respect, it is empathy, it is excellence, it is everything that is great. And we must make sure that the wrongs that we've done, we fix them. We make sure that the rules and the regulations in our department keep us from that ever happening again. We're committed to that. We're committed to that. We put some orders out yesterday, and moving forward. But I don't want us to forget that since September 5th, 2017, a lot of these activists have been working with me, my boss, T.C. Broadnax, and sitting down at the table to make sure that the things that you want are moved forward. We have an oversight board because of this administration. 30 to 40 years we worked to get that, and we didn't, and now we have it, and now we have to figure out the kinks and make it better. We got work to do. I want to thank every city council person that is here. I want to thank our city attorneys. Absolutely thanks the Dallas Mavericks. They're a huge supporter. I see all of our pastors, even the activists. Thank you. We take a knee because we feel the pain too. We feel the pain. And we're going to work together. We're going to fix. Do we make mistakes? Absolutely. We will own them. We will acknowledge them, we will fix them, and we will move forward. We will hold our own accountable. And we want you to continue to hold us accountable because we're up to the challenge. It's about change. It's about conversation. We're peacefully protesting, you're peacefully protesting, thank you for that. But once we're done protesting, let's come to the table and let's do the work. We're committed to it. Thank you, God bless you, God keep you. Let's march, and then let's do the work.
If I can get the city manager, Mr. T.C. Broadnax, up here. Everybody got masks on, so there he goes, there he goes. Your Dallas City Manager.
This is City Manager T.C. Broadnax.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. So let me just start and say there are two words that I'm feeling right now. The first is tired. Tired. The things we've witnessed, not just the last 10 days plus, but that I've witnessed and you've seen for the last, whether it's 5, 10,
15 years have been difficult when it comes to trying to figure out what's going on in this country, what's going on in our communities, how law enforcement is situated and has an impact on that. And I've said for many, many years that the only thing that has changed in the last 10 to 15 years is the iPhone and pictures and cameras that are capturing things that many black men and families have been sharing for years that have occurred and happened in their lives to their fathers, to their uncles, to their kids. And nobody could actually believe those things could ever be possible and happen. But we see them now live and in HD. And in some cases we see it, and the end result is that people don't think it ever really happened that way, and people are not held accountable. So I'm tired. I've been raised and I've been their guardian for 4 grown African-American men, having to talk to them about what they can and should not do, whether that's in confrontation and or discussion with law enforcement, just to ensure that they make it safely home. I have to worry about when my own alarm goes off and my son is the only one in the house, that when someone comes, because he didn't remember the code, what not to do, because they might not even think he deserves to live where he lives. I have to walk around my own community having the ID that's government issued in my pocket, in my own neighborhood, to make sure I can tell someone I belong and live in this neighborhood. It's pretty tough being the city manager. Pretty tough, a lot of responsibility. But understand this, when I go home, I take off my suit, I spend time with my kids, then I go out in the community without my suit on. People don't know who I am. In some cases, they don't care. And so I walk around like everybody else in this community, particularly communities of color, worrying, wishing, praying that the stress, the historical triggers, the things that influenced and impacted African Americans and other people of color for years. As I often say, wouldn't it be great if I could just be me and not have to worry about carrying around the responsibility and the worry and pain and all the things that people of color have to walk around and try to do. You need to talk this way. You need to represent yourself this way. You need to make sure you don't challenge authority in this way. Again, I'll tell you, it's tough and I'm tired. The other word, quite honestly, is inspired. What I've seen these last few days, the peaceful protests, the people of all different backgrounds, colors and creeds, coming together, trying to shine a light on and push the systems to change, to find a way to respect people for who they are, not for what you think they are or what you think they might do to you. The young people, middle-aged people, folk who didn't get to participate in all the things that went on in the 60s. I was born right after that. But to see this, to understand the energy and commitment that I see, that I believe will last beyond this moment, I hope you do. I hope Mr. Floyd's voice and him calling for his mother was a clarion call for everybody who wants to find a way to make sure that everyone in this country is respected for who they are and for the potential that they have, and not be denied that from who they were raised by or where they live. So I'm just gonna say to you today as the city manager, in concert, please understand this, in concert with the elected officials that lead this organization, the mayor and all 14 council members, I know they're committed to figuring out how we can stop having the same conversations, stop seeing the same pain, and start to try to figure out how we prevent what happened to Mr. Floyd from happening to anyone else in this country, and more importantly, anyone else in the city of Dallas. So thank you. Keep doing what you're doing. Do it peacefully, and keep pushing us to be better tomorrow than we are today. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Chief Hall's getting back on the mic.
Before we march, I just want us to take a moment. We call George Floyd's name, but there are many other names. Botham Jean, Breonna Taylor. And if she were alive, today is her birthday. She would have been 27 years old. So we march today for her as well. Thank you so much.
That was pretty significant. The chief just mentioned Botham Jean's name. That happened
All
on
right,
her
guys,
watch.
I'm gonna give y'all a few chants before we get going, okay? When I say happy birthday, you say Breonna. So, happy birthday! When we pass by Botham's house, I'm gonna say, what's his name? What's his name? When we're marching on the streets, we're doing this because of George Floyd, not Miranda. What's his name? George Floyd. Those are the chants that we're gonna do today.
Adam, back off.
I'm gonna go ahead and throw one more out. Who matters? Black Lives Matter. Who matters? Black Lives Matter. That's right. That's why we're here today. I'm gonna refer to a meme just because, I mean, it's meme generation, so it is what it is, all right? Bear with me. I know all lives matter, but right now, I saw a meme that said all lives matter, and they related it to houses burning. Yes, there's a block of houses, but there's one house burning right now that we need to address, and that's the Black house. Therefore, Black Lives Matter today. That doesn't mean that all lives don't matter. That doesn't mean that all the houses on the block don't matter. But the block that matters right now is Black Lives Matter. The house that's sitting right next to the Black Lives house is the Latin house. Because we have kids in cages right now. I probably got a cousin in there, I don't even know it. My boy Josh probably got some Cuban cousin in there, he don't even know it. That's the house that's right next to it. There's another house on the other side of the Black Lives house. That's the LGBT house. That house has legitimate concerns too. I want you guys to sit down when you get home and listen to everybody's concerns, because every concern is valid in its own right. Every concern must be heard by all sides and work towards a middle ground that everybody can agree with. But the only one that truly matters is the one that's on the right side. We need to be on the right side of whatever compromise we come with. When we sit down, when y'all sit down with senior leaders, because you're not going to sit down with me, I'm just a senior corporal. Y'all going to sit down with Chief Hall, y'all going to sit down with the city council, TC Bodnax, leaders are going to sit with them. Make sure when you speak, you're clear with your intent. And make sure that you go ahead and listen to our side as well. Let's work towards that middle ground when it comes to police tactics, when it comes to reform, when it comes to legislative reform. We have to work towards something that works for everybody, but that's on the right side of today's law. Before we march, all I want to say to police officers, I appreciate you guys being here. Every cop that's here today, every cop that's here today is saying to them old school cops, I'm tired of your racism. Every Hispanic cop that's here today is saying to officers, stop asking for a Spanish speaker. Stop asking for a Jose. My cousin's names aren't Jose. You see what I'm saying? Stop saying stuff like that, guys. We don't need to speak Hispanic. Just ask for a Spanish speaker, all right? Simple as that. All right? For all my black officers, just because somebody's riding around in a specific car, that doesn't mean that they gotta be black. It can be anybody. Stop pulling people over just because you believe they came out of a crack house or something like that. Have your proof. Have real proof, guys. don't just mess with people, don't mess with people. Every cop that's here today is bucking a system and saying to other cops, we're not going to stand by anymore and allow you to be racist. That is why we're here today. So I appreciate you guys being here today. I appreciate every citizen allowing us, and whether you accept our olive branch or not, I appreciate you being here to at least letting us show you that we are here for you and that we're here for you today and we're going to be here for you tomorrow. Thank you guys. In about 3 minutes, we're going to get to start marching. Make sure you get yourself some water, get yourself some food. I appreciate you guys. Once again, who matters? Happy birthday. When we're at Baldum's house, what's his name? When we're walking the rest of the way, what's his name? Thank you guys, and remember those names.
Damn. Turo Martinez for chief, huh? Alright, so that was the end of the speaking portion. About to start marching north on Lamar towards City Hall Plaza.
No, I don't trust
Later on at City Hall, there will be a number of other demonstrations beyond this one. This is just the first of many throughout the day. Excuse me, guys, can I see through? Thank you. I'm gonna pop in the shade real quick.
Yeah.
If you guys can meet us right here at the corner of Lamar and Bellevue, we're gonna march down Lamar. We're gonna march down Lamar.
So obviously this is a little different than the other
Bellevue, please. We're gonna march down
demonstrations
Lamar.
seen all week. This is clearly a police organized event. Police took a knee earlier in the week on Wednesday, and last night announced they would not be charging the 674 arrested on the bridge on Monday. Give me 1 second here, guys. Change hands. Alright, I can't get my lighter to work. Fucking lighter problems. All right, the march has begun. We will be following along. Castro, P Free with Subtract. We've seen each other a couple times throughout this. How do you feel about what we're seeing today? We're live on camera, just so you know.
Well, you know, it's we've got to listen to people, and we have to start having this open dialogue. It's not that we're just doing it. Give me one side.
Okay, you did that to me earlier, but I'm gonna hold you to it. We're gonna wait on Deputy Chief Castro. The king of interrupting interviews with phone calls. You gotta give the guy credit for his tactic. Are you alright? Do you need help? You okay? Excuse me? I have some water. You need help? Let's go find one of these officers and ask for help. Here's some water. He can help you. Chief Castro, can you tell me a little bit about? It's okay. I was really impressed with I guess Senior Corporal Turo Martinez.
Yep.
Can you tell me a little bit about him? Because he organized today, right?
So he organized it. He's one of our works with our association, the Latino Police Officer Association. But he does a lot of group settings where he's trying to bring the Latino community and the Dallas Police Department together. So this is just him extending his role in that manner.
I know your role as Deputy Chief, but for those who are watching who don't, can you explain what your role in the leadership is?
So as a Deputy Chief, I oversee this area, this area headquarters, and just east of here in the downtown area. That's
Central Patrol?
Central Patrol. That's the area of my responsibility. So what I try to do is, of course, make sure that my officers conduct themselves professionally. Mm-hmm. We're out here to serve the citizens. We serve in Central. It's very unique. We have a very mixed
do you want to walk?
Demographic. I can walk in the corner, but I'm
okay, that's fine.
So
I just want to get towards that, if that's okay.
So when I'm a very engaged leader, to be out here with my troops to make sure that
I've seen you out.
Themselves in a positive.
Are you on duty at the moment?
I am.
Okay, a lot of these uniformed officers are not on duty.
Correct.
That's a little confusing, is it not?
Well, a lot of them came on their own time to.
Do you think it's important that they're in their uniforms?
Absolutely. I think that we got to send a clear message that we don't condone this behavior.
Yeah, I mean,
it's us against them, and when we see this behavior, just because it's in a different city and they're wearing a badge, it does not mean that we stand behind that behavior.
We've seen. I mean, how do you feel about the overall department response this week?
I think that the first couple of days were challenging.
Yep.
You know, we had folks out here that weren't being so peaceful. We're thankful that we didn't have the building set on fire like some of these other cities. And we're lucky we didn't have any major injuries. The police department, some of these protesters assaulted a man that got seriously injured. But we're overall, I think we're pretty lucky on how few of us.
Real quick, because I want to catch up to the march. What reform would you like to see within the department?
I just need to make sure that we treat the citizens with respect, and that's just basic common sense, common courtesy.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. That was Deputy Chief Castro. All right, so the march is going to be past. We are on Lamar, heading north from DPD HQ towards City Hall Plaza. On the way, the march will be stopping in front of the Southside Flats, which I believe is what they're called. That was the former residence of Botham Jean and Amber Geiger. That is it's right here, on the right here. That is where Amber Geiger shot and killed Botham Jean in his own apartment. Former police officer Amber Geiger. Excuse me, guys, can I get a water? Thank you. I handed out mine, so appreciate it.
Stole mine.
All right, give me 1 second, guys. So there is a certain irony, I think, in the fact that Botham Jean's former residence, it's not even 1 block from DPD HQ. The march will be stopping in front of the Southside Flats. You can see a lot of people are out here with water, including officers. There is reason to believe that this is in some ways a PR stunt, but there's also, I suppose, hope that it is the start of significant change within the department. Officer, can I ask you some questions on camera? We're live. Can you tell me your name?
My name is Derek Cheney.
You're not on duty right now, but you are. Are you on duty?
I am on duty.
You are on duty?
I am.
Because some of these officers are not on duty.
Some of them are not on duty. Yes, some of them are.
So are you here by choice then, or are you what?
No, I'm here by choice.
Okay.
I'm from this community.
Right, but you're on duty. So were officers assigned duty to this march?
No.
So how are you on duty at the moment?
Because I'm on duty, I'm on call. I'm a homicide detective. So if I need to get called out, I will leave to go head towards the call. But this is something important to me. I want to be a part of it. So I am on duty. Okay. But I'm here by choice. Okay. Because this is a matter of.
You're kind of like on call then, basically.
Basically. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna move ahead. Thank you for your time, officer.
All right.
All right. So the crowd is chanting Botham Jean's name as it passes his apartment. So there's probably 300 people here, maybe 4. There's not a lot of shade. After about a 30-second stop in front of the Southside Flats, the march continues. It is led by DPD, which is a significant difference from the other demonstrations we've seen all week. It is important to take all that with a grain of salt. So what is interesting is a lot of these uniformed officers are off duty, but as we just confirmed, some of them are also on duty, which is a little confusing, I think.
Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter!
All right, let's see if we can get in front with Chief Hall. Can I ask you guys a couple questions on camera? I'm streaming right. Yeah? Yeah? How do you feel about the fact that this is a police-led?
I think it's what's needed.
You think it's what's needed?
Yes.
What brings you out today?
To support the police that support us.
Okay, thank you. This is Smash the Topic right here. This guy's got his pulse on the streets. Give Smash the Topic a follow on Facebook. Alright, at the front of the march we have Chief Hall, Turo Martinez, and the leadership that we saw speaking back at DPD HQ. Excuse me, are you shooting this on behalf of DPD? I see your hat. Okay. Do you work for the police department? Yes, sir. Are you an officer?
No, sir. I'm
Okay. So, okay, DPD, as you can just see there, is of course documenting this for their own purposes, which I suppose is to be expected. You going right here or straight? Excuse me, miss. What is your role? I saw you, you were kind of corralling me a little. You work with DPD?
Assistant Director of External Affairs for
Okay,
DPD.
gotcha. Thanks. What is your name?
Janella Newsom.
Nice to meet you, Janelle. Thank you. I don't know. Okay.
George Floyd! What's his name? 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 George Floyd!
See See, they're going to get a glimpse of how long this march is. The crowd is kind of caught up to the vehicles here. If you're just joining us, we are leaving DPD HQ, headed to City Hall Plaza, where there are many more demonstrations planned for the day. We heard from multiple law enforcement, including Chief Hall. We also heard from Mark Cuban, Sint Marshal, both of the Dallas Mavericks, and from City Manager TC Broadnax. Things are at a bit of a stall because of the DART bus. I'm not sure I would call it a happy birthday. Gab! Hey, is the stream looking and sounding okay? Yeah. Audio work? Thank you. Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, unlike previous marches through the city, this one is, as you can see, literally being led by cop cars and police, which is an interesting development. These are Dallas police in here. The streets are not shut off, interestingly. What is going on? I can tell you this from first-hand experience. Police marches are slower than civilian marches. We have an officer stopping traffic over here. So our goal today by coming out to this march was to specifically get some police reaction to what's going on. I think we've been able to accomplish that, and we will continue to as it continues. Jimmy, out of the way. I see Gundry. We are passing over I-30. Officer, can I ask you a couple questions on camera? No? There are not many white officers here, so I was hoping to get her perspective. Officer, can I ask you some questions? I'm live right now. You're live as well? Everyone's a content creator. We've got cars. Hey, Councilman. Hi, guys. Pete Freeman with Central Track. Can you tell me a little bit about why you guys are here today? Can you identify yourself for the camera as well?
Paula Blackman.
Yeah.
And I'm here to support this overwhelming. It's actual
people are ready for change, and it's overwhelming, the energy.
Councilperson, what district do you represent, and
District 9.
what neighborhoods does that encompass?
Casa View, Casa Linda,
Okay.
Lakewood,
My old hood.
Huh?
My old hood. Today's protest is a little different, or march rather, is a little different than some other demonstrations we've seen in that this is a police-led event. What does that mean in your estimation?
I think that means that some culture is going to be changing. We're going to hold each other accountable.
What?
And we're going to be working together to do that. And it's not going to be, them against us.
Yeah.
Seeing the council here, the city manager, the police chief, all the associations, and our folks in blue, we're putting the serve back into serve and protect.
I know at 8 a.m. this morning, the mayor held an event at City Hall, a moment of silence. Were you there? I know.
Yes, sir.
I was not able to be there. Can you describe that scene for me a little bit?
So we had, reflections and moments of prayer, resolution, and I think the 8 minutes and 46 seconds.
Which is something we've seen from a lot of protests.
But when you actually do it and have to put your knee down.
Yeah, it's hard, right?
Yeah, you realize, you go, how do you stay in that one position on some human?
And putting down force. Yeah.
I don't understand. I brought my mala beads and I said,
let's go
a peaceful prayer.
Yeah.
I just.
Did you? Who spoke? The mayor, obviously.
Ricky Rush, Sharon Patterson, a rabbi, I believe another minister from West Dallas.
You are a legislator in the city of Dallas.
Yeah.
People are marching for reform.
Yeah.
What actions is City Council working toward to change the situation with police in Dallas?
Well, the city manager and the police chief did issue some items last night.
I know they issued one last night
but
about like an intervene order, right?
Right,
is there what it was unclear is there any repercussion for not intervening?
That is a good question.
Yeah, that was not listed in the press release.
Because I am a big believer, and if you see something wrong, you need to say
something. Say something. That's the police's own motto, right?
And, but I think it's time to look at how we develop our communities, what we expect from all of our communities as far as from the city council perspective. And I say expect, what do they expect from us?
Yeah.
We're in the 21st century, and we have a food desert.
So I know there's a council meeting at 2 p.m. where people are going to be speaking.
Yes, sir.
And the council's going to be listening. What do you hope to gain from that?
We have over 200 speakers, so I'll be listening.
Yeah, wow, okay. They have a minute each? They have 1 minute each, right?
I have no idea what the rules will be, or the speaking engagement rules, but I want to listen.
Let me interrupt you for 1 second, because I've been covering this all week.
Okay.
And 6 days ago on Saturday, while covering this, I was tear gassed in this very spot by DPD. How do you feel DPD has handled this week?
I think we have questions that we're going to be asking today.
We are approaching City Hall, by the way, and we are on.
I know that we have a lot of outside resources helping us.
Okay.
But
what does that mean?
Like DPS.
Okay.
And other municipalities.
Other law enforcement agencies?
So the question is, A, do we hold our officers to a high standard, and then are we holding those that come with reinforcements to that same standard?
Yeah.
And so let's look at what happened. I come from a place of, I guess they were showing images when Honore went to New Orleans, and he told everybody, put your guns down.
Phil Honore?
Yeah. Remember, did you see that footage?
The deep out, just so people
general.
know. He's the community safety liaison of Deep Ellum.
No. I'm sorry, General Honore.
Oh, I thought you meant Phil Honore. Oh, no, I did not see that.
And this was in 05, whenever the...
Oh, yeah, okay.
And it is the tone, right?
Yeah.
If you come in with, we're not here...
I mean, that's the thing. DPD all week long, and I think, I'm trying to be objective, but I was on the front lines. DPD rolled up immediately, screeching to a halt within 10 feet of protesters in full riot gear.
Yeah.
Sirens blaring, which seems to me like an act of aggression in and of itself.
It is, and we shouldn't have acts of aggression.
This is we're coming up on the second location where I was tear gassed on Saturday, and also a flashbang. You can see.
Oh, bless your heart. Are you okay?
I'm okay.
That tear gas is some serious stuff.
Yeah, Have you ever been tear gassed?
Not intentionally.
I would not. Well, have you? Well, okay.
I've smelt it. Yes.
Yeah, I would not
being
recommend
on the fringe.
it. I would not recommend being in the middle of it.
So I think
here we are, people, representatives, I believe, with the Dallas Mavericks, handing out water.
To hear about what happened and ask DPD these questions.
You want to walk in the shade a little bit?
Yeah, because my skin is starting.
Oh,
my vitiligo, my pigment.
Okay, let's get into this.
So
are you? I mean, there are multiple demonstrations scheduled for this afternoon on this plaza.
Yeah, I'm going to be heading back because
you have
to get ready for a meeting.
Session, yeah. What's next in your estimation as an elected official? What can the local government do next?
Budget's coming up.
Yeah, when is that?
That starts now.
Okay.
And I think that's
there's a
the
call
time
for
to take
defunding police.
Yeah.
How do you feel that's legitimate?
I think it's worth the look. Yes.
Okay.
Because people don't realize, but land use and design of buildings and having workforce development and having mixed income communities, that is public safety.
But I will also note that one of the issues that critics of DPD have said for years is that it doesn't have enough funding because it can't hire or pay enough.
Maybe we need to change our strategy and not just be a force, but to actually look at other things.
Councilwoman, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Councilwoman, would you like a sticker?
Oh, I love one.
Here you go. I got you, Councilman. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that was Councilwoman Blackman, represents kind of East Dallas, Casa Linda, Casa View. Fortunately, at this hour, we have some shade. We are under the IMP designed Dallas City Hall. It's Councilman. Officer, I'm shooting live. Can I ask you a couple questions? Okay. Can I just ask you one question?
Yeah, go ahead.
As an officer of color,
yes, sir.
I've seen a lot of officers of color out here today. I haven't seen many white officers, just objectively. Have you seen many?
I have seen a few in here. Of course, not as many as colored officers, but there's a few scattered.
Do you happen to know, and I'm sure you can look it up, but I don't know it offhand, what the racial breakdown of the force is?
No, I do not. I don't know that off the top of my head. But it should be on there.
Yeah.
It should be looked at.
So, is there any? How do you feel about today?
It's beautiful, inspired. Yeah. This is stuff like this is why I joined, to see the community. I just want everybody to hear each other out and try to bring some balance and peace to everything.
All right. Well, I'm going to continue covering this. Thank you, officer.
Yes, sir.
And you are Officer Pierce?
Yes, sir.
And what unit?
I work South Central.
South Central. Thank you. I'm just going to back up for a second and take a breather here, guys. We'll get right back in the fray in a second. Whew. This march has grown in size from about 200 to now I'd say in excess of 500. We will be at City Hall for the next few hours. There are many, many, many more demonstrations planned for today. This is the first of at least 3 that I'm aware of. You can see there are people inside of City Hall kind of looking in from above, symbolically and literally. No. I'm going to take a knee for 8 minutes.
That concrete floor, is it hard? Is it hot? How do you think George felt with his feet, with his knee in his neck, on the concrete floor? If everybody can be in silence for the next 8 minutes and 46 seconds, see how please speak down.
I'm going to prop the camera up.
Please!
That is a pretty significant act of really understanding. It is not easy to knee for that stretch of time. It hurts. No, but do you want to talk about that? Can you tell us about that?
There's a ride of silence.
Yeah, the ride of silence, yeah.
And you ride silent.
What, do you know what time? Can you share what time? We're live right now. Can you share what time that is?
It's at 11 o'clock.
Yeah. Right here, right?
I believe it starts here.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And actually it starts and comes back here.
Starts and comes back. Big loop.
8.46.
8.46 miles. So that's clear significance there. So did you just knee for that? Did you just knee that whole time? You were taking a knee just now.
Yes.
What was that like? How did it feel?
It wasn't pleasant.
No. No. All right, thank you.
You started realizing it just seemed longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your time.
Sure.
Cuban, of the Dallas Mavericks. Excuse me. Mr. Cuban, I'm live right now. Could I ask you just a handful of quick questions? I'm with centraltrack.com. Sure. So you were just taking a knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Can you describe what it felt like? I mean, do you want to step back a little so we're not like, I don't want to interrupt you.
I mean, you can't replicate the pain that George Floyd went through, and just try to reflect and just, what I was thinking about is what can we change? How can we communicate so you want to say so it doesn't happen again, but it's going to happen again.
Yeah.
But just try to make it happen less, and that's what I was thinking about.
Why was it important that the Mavericks had a presence here today?
Because it's our community. When the community hurts, we hurt. I mean, this is we're all in this together, and so that's why we have to be here.
Thank you for your time. Here's us. This is our identification.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was Mark Cuban. Hey, Zeus, what's up, man? It's good to see you. Hey, Sue Jimenez, Dallas Morning News. Been here out here all week. Thanks for your hard work. All right, so that was just Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban describing what it was like to kneel for 8 minutes and 46 seconds and why he felt it was important that the Mavericks had a presence here. Someone is hurting over here. I got some water. Need some more water? Okay, officer, here's some water. Hey. All right, that situation being addressed. It is very hot out here, to be clear. Mr. Cuban, one more question. Are you here with your family? Why is it important you bring your family out?
Because I want them to experience and learn, things that we don't get to see.
Yeah. And you were out here the other day as well, right? With some players. Are there any players here today? What did you ask the players to come, or did they come?
No, I just came. I just talked. We just decided we would be here. Not everybody can come to everything.
Yeah. Is there internal dialogue between the players and whatnot about the situation?
Of course.
What does that look like?
I'll let them tell you.
Okay, that's fair.
I won't tell you.
Well, we talked to Jalen recently,
Good,
so
good,
thank,
good.
thank you.
Speak to the mic.
This is Chief Hall again. Excuse me, guys. Thank you.
Also have complaint forms. We have an oversight board so that if when that complaint comes in, we investigate it, but we're held accountable. They see it and make sure that we address it. So we're making strides to move forward so that your voice can be heard. We're committed to holding ourselves accountable.
You can't investigate yourself.
How do we stop Eric Chauvin? Hold on. We can, but we've shown you that we will. That's why we're willing to bring in the outside.
Someone in the crowd just asked, or just shouted, "You can't investigate
At
yourself."
my side and watches every use of force, every critical incident, every officer involved shooting. She reviews it right when I do. Whatever concerns that she brings up, we address. Whether that is in the future, training issues, or whatever they bring up. So we understand that we don't have the trust that we deserve at this point. Well, maybe we deserve at this point. But we're working diligently so that you can trust us. That's why we have an oversight. So that what they see, they can report to the community. And if we are wrong, hold us accountable, we're going to hold ourselves accountable. We've taken the first step. Is it perfect? Is it perfect? We're not sure.
That was you who shouted that, right?
Far beyond where we were.
How do you feel about this answer?
Even 4 years ago. So we're committed to moving in the right direction.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Can I get your name?
Ian.
Tell us what you want.
And you just shouted, "You can't investigate yourself."
You can't investigate yourself. I mean, what the hell's the difference for the past 30 years? They've been investigating themselves already. That's not change.
Thank you. Crowd is now kind of addressing Chief Hall. Saw a great sign over here that I want to put on camera. Excuse me. Can I see the other side? Thank you, guys. Racism is small dick energy. All right, let's get a sense of the scope, the size of the crowd. I think more and more people are slowly arriving. There's a separate demonstration going on over here. Let's go check it out. So this is the kind of end of the DPD organized Blue for Black Lives event over here. And then over here we have a separate but vocal contingent that we're going to go check out. Demonstration.
You know, then they
police
get theirs
one.
and then boom, y'all are left behind.
There's a small vocal contingent
left behind.
on the
if they really care, they'll say, you know what can we do to help
west
break up the union? Break up the power. We don't care if you exist. Everybody needs representation, but it needs to be fair and equal. Black Lives Matter! 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 George Floyd!
All right, so now we have members of the Blue for Black Lives Matter protest passing these people in silence, holding up their fists. These people are not going home. Some of the pack is joining this one, which is good to see. Clever, man.
Stand tall. Hold your hands up tall. It's minimal pain. When many people have died.
Why is it important to have this separate protest from the police one?
We love y'all. Hey, we stopped by the police union for y'all. We got our eyes. City Hall can't do nothing for you. Y'all need to assemble at 1412 South Griffin. That is the police union. Stop coming here.
What time?
Dallas Police Association. I'm telling you, they're the ones that make the policy, y'all. That same policy they're talking about. Black Lives Matter.
Hey, what's going on at the police union?
Well, basically, this is a crazy world we live in, and you know what I'm saying? This is bigger than just one man being killed. This is about systemic racism and how that extends to our policing. You know what I'm saying?
Is that why you felt it was separate to have a separate demonstration here from that one just now?
For sure, because it's you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's necessary to understand that there's racism on the force as well, and that police deal with racism on the force. You know what I'm saying? Minority police officers deal with racism on the force.
Yeah.
And they have to, you know what I'm saying, kind of, you know, play it safe within their ranks or they'll be fired. So, you know what I'm saying? It's a multi-layered problem. We need more community police that are with the community and stand with the community and protect the community. But we also need to let the fraternal order of police know that we know that they've been on some racist shit for a while now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's not just, you know, a policy thing. It's a systemic, historical thing that needs to be changed.
I believe we spoke the other day, right, in downtown. Can you give me your name again?
My name is Prince Neutron.
Okay. Mickey Neutron.
Mickey Neutron.
Mickey Neutron, yeah.
Turn it up.
Okay. Yeah, we saw on Saturday during all that stuff, right? With centraltrack.com.
Okay, bet.
Thanks, man. Thanks for being on. Keep up the good work, man.
But nah, if y'all ever want to have a sit down and
I'd love to.
strategic interview where we talk about some, you know what I'm saying?
So are there any events planned for the police union?
We got some secret events, but I don't want to talk about it right now.
Will you?
We could have an exclusive interview and we can talk about, you know what I'm saying?
I think we already follow each other on Twitter. I'll reach out to you and hit you with a message, but feel free. Doors open this way too, okay?
Okay, bet. Yeah, let's do it.
Thanks, man.
And they walked you right past the culprit.
All right, looks like there's a DFR EMS truck for that young woman who passed out, I believe, of heat exhaustion earlier.
Okay, the laws must change, and we're going to make that change. Okay, we're peaceful, and we get it, we understand. We're not going to be all focused and be all over the place and running around and looting. No, we really want Black lives to matter, and we need to go and face by motto. He needs to hear from us. If you assemble again, you need to go to the Dallas Police Association, 1412. It's on the river, we passed it. They sent y'all all the way around it. They sent you all the way around it. Y'all walk right past it.
This demonstration is pointing out that the DPD walked around and not past the fraternal union, which this contingent believes is who really needs to be alerted to the changes that need to happen within the police department.
The town is that they need to lift the curfew. They need to get their feet off our necks.
Mickey? Mickey. What? Do you know
Now
her
that we
name?
walk together and lift the curfew, it's failed. It's not working. It's hurting everyday people and businesses, small businesses. All right? We are here as one voice to say that we will stand for what is right and for justice and for peace for everybody. Black Lives Matter! 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 All right, so I'm assuming everybody's here. Look what we're going to do. We're going to make some noise before we get back to the police station where your vehicles are. We're going to walk down here, and y'all know that bridge as we get ready to cross. They are showing us so much love on the bridge, so we're just going to stop for a moment on the bridge, and we're going to make some noise and let the cars help us make some noise, okay? So, Black Lives Matter! 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 Black Lives
Got some good stuff today. Oh, he is? Mark Cuban's still on the scene. Let's film this interaction. I'll try. All right, we got.
Don't get in that lane. There's coming down on you.
I'm taking a picture. Let me know when you're all ready. Get a little closer. Took a bunch.
Thank you so much. Thank y'all.
Are you guys on duty or off duty? On duty? I know there are a lot of uniformed cops in this.
That's a tough job.
How do you guys feel about what was taking place today? We're live, by the way. I'm with CentralTrack.com.
I think it's great. You know,
Can I get your name?
James Bristow.
And what is your rank and
Sergeant.
And with what unit?
I work at South Central.
Okay. What do you think about today? So you are on duty right now.
Yes, sir. We're providing security for the marchers on every side. I think it's great that the police came out today to show our support for the protest. We're disgusted as well.
Can I ask you this, and this is maybe a sensitive subject. I noticed a lot of uniformed cops in the march.
Yeah.
Very few of them. Yeah, it was, but I noticed very few white officers.
It was. Well, a lot of us are out today doing the security.
Us being white officers?
No, us being all officers.
Okay.
I cannot speak to why more white officers weren't there.
Okay.
Can't speak to that. I would have been there if I'd been off duty.
Okay.
But,
what reform do you think needs to happen within the department?
Get in there, guys.
We've started some already. In fact, we just had
I saw last night, yeah.
We just had a new general order came out that said
Last night.
if we see something,
If you see something, say something?
If we see something that one of our officers is doing,
yeah.
That we have the duty to interfere, to get in front of it.
Are you familiar with the 8 Can't Wait, the 8 initiatives that is being asked to?
Yeah, I've seen some of them. I'm not familiar with all of them.
Well, are there any specific reforms you would like to see? Or what change do you think needs to happen within the department? Is it community policing?
Well,
what needs to happen?
That all departments, we do things differently from Dallas to Fort Worth.
Sure. Yeah.
We all train differently. We have never, ever trained to do what you saw in Minnesota.
Yeah.
And if any of my officers ever did that, they would be facing discipline.
How do you feel about the way that police have reacted to some of the demonstrations earlier this week?
I wasn't in on it.
You were not working?
First day.
On Friday?
On Friday, I was.
Because we're on day 8 of the protest.
Yeah,
right?
I got sucked into it on Friday from an extra job where I was in plain clothes.
Okay.
Got sucked into it. Mainly spent my time handing water out to other officers that were out there. Saturday, I was in the middle of it.
As was I, all through downtown?
So I know, as far as I understand, nothing started on our part until something started with the property.
Do you not think that rolling up closely to the protesters in full riot gear with sirens blaring is an act of aggression in and of itself?
There's one of these, I will tell you.
You understand that
perspective.
perspective?
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying, and I will tell you that a lot of the stuff that we did, this is a learning experience for us as well. And when this is all over with and we can take time to stop and see the mistakes that we made, there will be many, and we'll never make them again.
Do you understand that this might not stop until those changes happen?
Yes, I understand that, but also we're going to have to be able to gauge when the changes happen.
Sure.
And there's going to have to, and we're going to need to know what is expected. And right now, I'm getting so many different opinions from so many different people.
Are you actively trying to talk to people?
Oh yeah, I do it all the time. We've been following, my group has been following the protests around the last few days.
Yeah.
You know, opening up our windows, talking with people. I've had plenty of water in my car. I'm handing it out.
So have you found that the large majority of protesters have been peaceful?
The large majority have. Yeah, and that's always the way it is. I mean, think about it. The large majority of cops are good guys. But what did it take to mess it up for us?
Sure.
One guy.
Yeah.
So the large majority of these protesters are incredibly well-meaning, want change, and want legitimate change.
Can you tell me about any, like, over the course of the week, beyond the order that was issued last night, any top-down directives that have come from within DPD?
No, sir. I haven't even had time to look at most of my emails.
Okay. But I mean, you guys have meetings before you come out.
We have briefings on like when each protest will be started.
So what is the general message in those meetings?
The general message is let them say what they want to say. That's always been our message.
Let them meaning
within our meetings.
With them meaning the protesters.
Meaning the protesters. We don't want to make arrests.
Yeah.
I lose manpower every time one of my team makes an arrest. I lose manpower from my team, which makes me less effective.
Can you remind me your rank one more time?
Sergeant.
And how long have you been with DPD?
31 years.
And where do you live?
I live in Ellis County.
Do you think it's a problem that so few DPD officers live in Dallas?
No, because every officer I know that doesn't live in Dallas, we love our city.
Okay.
But I know I was able to get a less expensive home.
Okay, sure.
You know.
But there's also, to that end though, officers can make more money in cities outside of Dallas.
Yeah. And I've made less for 31 years, less than they are in Plano. I love my city, man. This is the great
Where did you grow up?
Live. I was a preacher's kid, so
Okay.
I grew up all over the place.
Okay, so what brought you to Dallas?
This job.
This job. This is not necessarily like DPD has been facing a lot of issues for a couple of years in terms of funding, staffing, pension. How is the morale on the force right now?
Morale's good.
Okay.
You know, every organization always has a few that will never be happy.
Yeah.
I have loved this job for 31 years, regardless of what I was getting paid. I never compared myself to another city. I never compared myself to anybody else. I was always just the best officer that I could be.
And you said what beat? The South?
I work in South Central.
And how long have you been in that beat?
A little less than a year. I've been the lion's share of I've been pretty blessed. I've been able to move all over the city.
So you've got a good sense of the city at large.
I started out in Southwest.
Okay.
Most of my time has been spent in Southeast as patrol and as a
like by Fair Park over there, South Dallas Fair Park area?
South Dallas, Pleasant Grove, and used to be part of Oak Cliff. Now that part, it used to be Southeast, is now in South Central. So I know my way around that because South Central was cut out of Southwest and Southeast. I worked a long time riding bikes downtown. I worked Central Division. I was in SWAT for a while. I've been in narcotics. I've been blessed.
Okay.
I've been able to move, and that's probably one of the things that's kept me happy on my job is being able to move around. And
Variety is the spice of life, right? Yeah. There are more demonstrations scheduled for later today at City Hall Plaza. Or are you guys working this area?
We will go where we're needed.
Okay. What is y'all's plan for the day?
Whatever the brass tells me my plan is.
Whatever the brass?
My plan is being told from above me. We're happy to be out here to provide security. And that's the thing about being a cop. I took an oath, you know, to uphold and defend the Constitution.
Yeah.
The Constitution says that I give these guys freedom of speech, whether I agree with it or not, and I'm honored to do that. You know, that's our job.
Anything else? Anything else you'd like to add and say?
And don't judge all of us by the color of our uniform, just like people don't want us judging them by the color of their skin. 99% of our guys are fine officers. But
How do you weed out the 1%?
Man, I wish I knew. I think that that's one of the things we're going to have to look at seriously. Yeah. Is how do we get rid of the people that I truly believe that this is a calling.
I mean, have you seen bad cops in your time on the force?
I have seen guys that don't take it as seriously as I do.
Yeah.
I have seen guys that don't work as hard as I do. But I have never seen bad ones. But I think that's because of the circle that I surround myself with and the caliber of officers that I surround myself with and that I demand work for me.
So you're saying the onus is on the officers to call out bad cops?
Yes,
Kind of like...
yes, yes.
So why...
And
so
it's coming. That thin blue line that people have been hearing about forever, or that blue wall of silence.
Yeah.
That's breaking down.
Well, I will say...
we're tired of being painted with broad
To
brush.
y'all's credit, I've been trying to interview police all week long, all for the last 8 days, and this is the first time I've really gotten any response.
I've been here for 31 years.
Yeah.
You know, I have my opinions. Some of them I keep to myself.
Sure.
But I'm never afraid of you guys. These are my opinions.
Yeah.
I'm not speaking for...
No, I understand.
For City Hall.
I mean,
for,
Dallas has seen a lot of issues in the last couple of years.
I've
From
been
the
involved
from the downtown shooting, which I was on the
Yes.
ground at, the Amber Geiger situation. The city's dealing with a lot right now.
Yeah.
And do cops understand the unrest?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
They understand, and just like you saw today, we not only do we understand, we sympathize. We are in the middle of it. We're tired of being painted by the actions of 1 or 2 or 3 people that really make the rest of us look bad.
Huh.
You know, one guy in the media prints stuff that's just not right,
Yeah.
or lies, or comes up with a fictitious story.
Well, I call him out.
You call
I
them
publish
out.
articles.
And that's what we need for us.
Okay.
And I think that's coming, and I think it has already started.
Well, the change starts with the individual, so I hope that's the case. Thank you,
Sir.
officer.
Have a good day.
All right, so we kind of lost the rest of the demonstration. We'll kind of make our way over toward the bridge, which is where I believe that last group went. There's still a large police presence here at Dallas City Hall. I'll walk over into the shade and check out this interaction. Do you mind if I film this?
Yeah, come on.
I'm live.
You put cops against citizens and Councilman. It's really not that, because y'all have the same environment that we have when something goes down. You're like, oh man, someone killed someone here. Now it's gonna be officers here, and they're not gonna know who needs to be pressed up on, and just like we're not gonna know who to press up on.
Officers, sorry, I didn't mean to. Are y'all on duty right now? No. Okay, so you're just in uniform as part of the demonstration. Sorry, sorry to interrupt.
It's meant for really all of us to hold our own community accountable. Yeah. So you come together. A lot of people, they sit back and push the Black Lives Matter and everybody else lives matter and the whole nine. But all of us have to play our part in doing so, because at the end of the day, just like you said, once you take out the bag, they ain't gonna know the difference. You can become a victim of the very system that you work for. And there's been cops that had that situation go on. You know what I mean? And it's still sad, because I got friends that are also cops. And I tell them, like, so I ask them, like, how do you differentiate yourself from them? Because I understand, like, you're trying to keep your job, you're trying to do your job, and you're trying not to cause any rift, but then you must sit there and say, I'm not going to stand next to the guy who's violating his oath. If he's violating his oath, you cannot stand next to me. It's the same thing I would do if I'm taught to respect my elders. I will not stand next to a man or a young lady who's disrespecting their elders, because I'm saying, hey, you can't do that. You definitely can't do that around me, because I will set that boundary. And that's the thing that a lot of people, like, they're protesting everything that they're not understanding. And I tell people, like, when you start seeing all this stuff go from protesting to looting, looting's a crime. It's just stealing. That's all it is. It's vandalism. It's all it is. That's not fighting for any cause. Those people need to be arrested, no matter who they are. You know what I mean? But we must keep it in the realm of accountability. The only way this is fixed, if cops hold cops accountable and citizens hold citizens accountable. Exactly. Once you start holding each other accountable, that's when you get the clashes. But then the more that you see on the news and the television, then that means you really got to start going across departments and cities and say, hey, what y'all got going on up there? If you don't clean it up, that's when the FBI and the Fed need to step in and say, hey, we're going to wash all this out. And we're going to prosecute you guys to the fullest extent of the law as we would a regular citizen, because we all regular citizens at the end of the day. We just have a different role in society. And my thing is, I just don't want people to get caught up in, it's God versus citizen. It's not God versus citizen, it's right versus wrong. You have to choose right versus wrong, whether you're in a badge or not. Because I seen plenty of cops that was walking by, holding their hand up in the whole nine, which is great. But you can't do that just for today. You have to hold each other accountable. Your comrades say, hey, man, don't do that. Don't slam that old lady on the floor like that. You wouldn't let nobody do that to your mama. Because it causes consequences. And I think that's where all this stuff is getting out of hand, because now we're not focused on who should do the holding the accountability. The officers hold the officers accountable, the citizens hold the citizens accountable, period. It shouldn't be where we're just flashing at what's right and what's wrong, and you on this side, you on the other side based upon your job description.
That's right, sir. You're right.
Because it make it hard for you guys, because that's what I think about. Because I don't think about from my side, like, okay, I'm black, I'm walking around and whatnot. People will instantly see me as a threat. I don't look like some weakling. I train people. I'm a personal trainer. So they look at me like, this guy, if he wanted to, he could do something. But I'm like, I'm not looking at him. Unless you make me. But I don't want to.
I experienced the same thing.
Right, but it's like, I don't want to. But if you allow me to, I'm allowed to protect my life. And it means necessary. I won't shy away from that. But I won't go and initiate it. But then I know where I don't go out and I place the blame here and there. And I'm not going to place the blame just on anybody I see in a uniform. Well, I will say, hey, it's up to each and every one of you to make a decision saying, if you're standing next to a cop that you know has been doing the wrong things, get him out of there. Because what happens is, when it's time and people really clash and the officer steps out of line, that might be his last time step out of line. Someone else is going to solve their problem. They're not going to wait on the court system and all that. You don't want to get caught in those kind of crossfire and trying to defend a system that's not correct in itself. It's like, I can't defend if someone in my neighborhood is going down the street robbing people. And y'all come through police in this neighborhood. Now understand, because now they made this neighborhood a target. But I can't say, hey, go get them. Get out of here. Don't come back every day. Because that ain't what we're doing. We're going to work for ours. We're going to feed ourselves. We don't steal around here. That's what we have to do, and the same thing that the police force have to do with their officers. But then again, it goes to, if there are lieutenants, chiefs that are not holding accountable, then they need to be gone. Because it's on their watch. That's the reason I asked about how the reporting goes.
You know what time the next demonstrations at City Hall are?
Charlie? No, Charlie was back to DC. I'm by myself.
You know what time the next demonstration is? I know there's a bunch here at City Hall today.
What's that?
You let me know.
That don't need to be in a uniform. You know what I mean? And that's the sad part. That's why I tell everybody, like, take a step back and start opening our minds first. Let's not let the media run with it. Let's not let the media dictate how we're supposed to feel about one another. Let's have those across the board conversations. Let's have those discussions where we step our part and everybody steps their part and then they do their job. It don't even matter about race or anything. You have the right to say, I'm not going to allow hate to exist around me. Hate to exist. Everybody has that right. Everybody has that ability. It's just a matter of them pressing upon it. Because if they're not a part of the solution, they're part of the problem.
Trust me, man. We're doing our part. I've trained her. We're doing our part.
So you got to spread it though. Everybody got to do their part. Because to be honest, if we go 2 out of 10, that's still 20%. That's not enough. Because there's 80% chance somebody is going to take the line out.
Going into that. There's a city. There's a 1:30 and a 2 o'clock.
1:30.
But it's just an act that's right, wrong, and wrong.
Two, there's also sitting on the Grassroots. Which I think is probably
That's a 2. So 1:30 protest.
Kick out the whole ideology of
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you.
obey the hierarchy in a sense. It's right.
Hey, good luck, guys. Stay hydrated.
We don't need a hierarchy for right and wrong. We don't need permission to say this is what we're going to stand for. This is what we're not going to allow. We don't have to ask for permission, and that's what we all got to do. That's what we all have to participate in. And if people are not going to do that, and they're just looking to just find a villain, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get a lot of unrest and no direction in it. It's just everywhere. You don't even know who you're yelling at. You don't even know what system you're supposed to be bucking. Know the order, hold them accountable, get them out of there, and if a criminal charge needs to be filed, do it to the full extent. Don't play with it because that's affecting lives.
Trust your brother.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%, man.
Yeah, because the thing about it, I don't want people to get hurt that ain't got no business getting hurt.
Yes, sir.
Because that's the thing. It's a difference. Like, I walk away from over here to over here. Your energy is totally different than what's over there. Yeah. And a lot of us was more over there than over here.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so why can't they understand they can't share that same sentiment? Why can't they share that same mannerism? Because they just look, we're in charge. No, you're not here to be in charge. Yeah. You're here to make sure everyone's protected, everyone's safe. And then the way you guys are, it's a totally different, energy is totally combined. And that's what needs to be spread out. We're not here to tell people what to do. Go here, you have to. You don't have to do anything. Understand the law and then enforce the law and then enforce it in a way that's justified.
Can I get your name one more time?
Jason Kelly.
Hey, I'm Pete Friedman.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. What part of town do you stay in?
I'm in Dallas, Texas.
What part of town?
Addison.
Hey, Jason, I'm sorry, man. We gotta go.
No, go ahead.
Yeah,
Y'all go ahead and do
we
your
gotta
thing,
start
man.
work soon.
Hey, I'm just.
Can I walk with you guys for just a stretch while you walk to your car or wherever and ask you just a couple questions? Like, you guys are young officers.
That's fine.
How long have you guys been on the force? Thank you, Jason.
All right, appreciate it, brother.
How long have you guys been on the force? I heard you say you're training her.
When I used to.
Okay.
Yeah, 9 years.
9 years, 3 years?
Yes, sir.
Where are you guys from? Initially, we're born and raised.
Dallas.
Dallas?
Yes, sir.
I was born in California.
Yeah.
Lived in Garland, Texas. I was a Dallas Police Explorer before I actually became a police officer.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. What made you guys want to be cops?
Police officer.
What made you want to be police officers?
No, honestly, at first for me, it was just a job when I started. But when I
just
got
a gig, like
yeah,
a way to make money.
Yeah.
Okay.
But when I got promoted, I started training. At the same time,
Where we going?
I'm sorry.
Where are we going? I'm just trying to know which way we're walking.
Oh, just
okay.
At the same time when I started, when I got promoted, that was when everything started to pop off with the cases. The Eric Gardners.
Yeah.
All of that started popping off, and I realized at that point, it was on me to, start making a difference. Oh no.
Oh, this is your ride. All right, cool.
It was on me to start making a difference, and because I had that power, to make that change as a trainer. So I trained her. I trained several other people as well.
And train. What does that mean, trainer? Like, what's the role?
Like, you being a rookie coming out.
Okay.
The academy,
Like, is that something like a part of process?
You graduate from the academy.
You're assigned like a
status. So you go through every work shift. You have a senior officer who you answer calls with. You learn from them. You learn how the job is normally. So I had him for evenings.
So kind of like a mentor.
Yes.
Mentoring program.
Exactly. Making sure that she does the job the right way.
Cool.
Teaching her, policies.
Have you guys been out all week?
No.
No.
This is my first time out.
Out in like the protest
I've actually
scene.
been working since last weekend.
Okay. Yeah.
Protest started.
I've been out. Yeah, we've been out since Friday.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the way the department has handled this?
I'm sorry. What was your question?
How do you feel about the way the department has handled the protests and demonstrations?
I mean,
we're out here. We're all pissed about the community that we all saw. I mean, unfortunately, when an officer makes a mistake, we all pay for it. And we're out here to change the perspective and show that there is good officers out here and that we do care for our community.
Okay.
And hopefully, every time we answer a call, we do change the negative perspective and people see the good in us. People see that we are out here listening to them and trying to help our community for the better.
Sure. And you guys are off duty right now and you're participating in the march?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And I heard you say you're going on shift right now.
Yeah.
Where's your beat? What are you guys doing today?
Well, no, we work in the southeast part of
the patrol
of
subdivision.
Dallas. Yeah.
Okay.
So we just answer calls.
Yeah.
Patrol the neighborhood. That's it.
Cool. So what's next?
As far as what?
In general, police community relations.
Well, I'm sure our chief has a plan in mind. We have neighborhood officers, what we call NPOs.
Yeah.
Neighborhood police officers.
Kind of community policing, right?
Yeah, community policing, exactly.
Yeah. Is that something you think needs to happen more?
Oh yeah, most definitely. It helps a lot. Some people are against it. I don't know why, but it definitely eases
why?
the
Why are they?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Well, I want to thank you guys, because what you were just doing with Jason is I think you were listening.
Yes, sir.
And
yes,
I think that's a major thing.
Yeah.
That needs to take place.
Yeah, I mean, not listen just to hear, but to mostly listen to just to understand the frustrations of, of society in regards to us.
Thank you, officer.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You too.
All right, take care now, sir.
All right, so that was a couple young police officers on the force. We're gonna head back to the front side of City Hall, where another demonstration is slated to start at 1:30. There's also a demonstration set to take place at Dealey Plaza, a sit-in at 2 o'clock. Also at 2 o'clock, there is a special meeting of the City Council, which will be, well, we got some sirens. There are 200 people signed up to speak to City Council, which are required to listen to the complaints that citizens currently have in regards to Dominique. Hi, Pete Freeman with Central Chat. Can I interview you? I'm live on camera right now.
How you doing? Y'all doing all right?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Man, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see
How have you been this week? Have you been out since Monday?
Oh man, I've been out a few times. Of course, we've been working on preparing for this meeting today.
Yeah.
To make sure that the city starts this off right and get it.
You're talking about the special meeting at 2 o'clock.
The special meeting at 2 o'clock. And,
Are you signed up to speak?
Yeah, I'm signed up to speak.
I heard there were 200 people signed up.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's conflict of information as if they're going to allow us into the chambers or not. The mayor's statement made it seem like they were going to allow us into the chambers, but the main thing we're trying to make sure people understand that this is not just about policing police brutality. It's to make sure that communities of color have a real investment from this city in a major, that will fill up inequities.
Can we talk about Monday night?
Yes.
On the bridge?
Yes, we can.
The police decided to drop all I don't know if it's necessarily the police, but
yeah,
charges were dropped.
I'm glad you said that or whatever, because it's important that people know what actually happened.
What is your estimation what happened?
So basically,
of the charges, right?
Of the actual charges, it has to be able to go through the actual day. We had a rally that started at 6 p.m. At DPD headquarters.
Well,
it was scheduled at DPD headquarters.
You're talking about Friday or Monday?
Monday.
Okay.
It was scheduled at DPD headquarters.
Yeah, and then they moved
originally.
it. Yeah.
What happened at 5 p.m., people started to come, and our people started to come, and they blocked off all port of entries to
Sure.
the
And then it
actual
moved. Then it moved to Frank Crowley.
And then we made a last-minute call to move it to Frank Crowley. They got upset that we was able to rally people in 20 minutes and 10 minutes to divert people there. What they did was they contacted Judge Clay Jenkins and asked him to.
Who's they?
Judge Clay Jenkins.
I know who he is. I know who he is, but you said they contacted Clay. Who's they?
Police department leadership contacted him and said, "We're asking, requesting that you close the protest, close the courthouse." Right?
Yeah.
So he called me and said, "Hey, Dominique, they're asking me to close the courthouse." I said, "Close the courthouse on peaceful protesters so they can remove us off the property?" He said, "Yes." He said, "But I'm not going to do it." I said, "Okay, that's cool with me." I said, "We're peacefully protesting, right?"
There's been talk about the layout of the march, the route. Was that predetermined? Like,
No.
You said you'd been talking with? I was there.
We with every conversation.
But like, as far as the route, like,
every
they knew there was going to be marching, right?
No, they did not know it was going to be marching. We didn't talk to them. The last conversation that I had with Chief Hall prior to us going to Frank Crowley, I literally cussed her out, be quite honest with you, because she literally passed through all of these port of entries, about 6:10.
Port of entries into DPD beforehand.
Yeah, into DPD.
Yeah.
About 6:10, she wanted to get on the phone when I had then got the city manager's chief of staff, Kim Talbot, on the phone.
Yeah.
She wanted to talk about like act like she didn't know that the port of entries are closed. You're down here. You see them blocking off with tanker trucks.
Sure.
And everybody else see it, right?
What is there?
So,
oh, go ahead.
So basically, there was this misconception that routes were discussed and predetermined, different things of that nature. If Clay Jenkins will tell you, I told him we wasn't marching. Be quite honest.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So no one knew he was marching. The part is that people kept on coming up to me saying,
we should march.
Let's march.
What was
Let's
it?
march.
So there's been a lot of discussion about the police potentially funneling people onto the bridge.
There was people that was, if you were arrested and detained, you saw FBI agents come onto the.
Well, I'm talking about the route, right?
Which one?
People are saying that the route that police forced the crowds onto the on-ramp.
So basically, this
is that true in your estimation?
I wouldn't say forced in it. What it'll do?
Well, I will tell you. I have you on camera. You told me bridge. We're going over the bridge.
Yeah, the bridge. Yeah. So here's the thing. You have a Humvee blocked on the side, right?
The SWAT truck.
And then you have a Humvee that's right down here at the end. Then you have 2 police cars that's sitting right there, right? Literally made a right. Like, I want people to understand, that's not the first time we went on the Margaret Hunt Hill Bridge at a Dallas protest.
Yeah.
We've been on there 5 times before. Yeah. And the part is...
And the city has shut it down before for a number of events.
Yeah, so
and there was no traffic on this bridge. The cops had already shut... The police had already shut it down.
Correct. So that part that we was blocking them. So like I tell people all the time, that there ain't no different from the charge that on the road where we were going on and the highway. When the police approached us on that highway, the front end of their protest was already about 80% past the bridge.
Yeah.
We were literally.
Well, I was literally at the halfway point.
Yeah,
really.
we was literally past it, and it
It was
depended
just
on where
past the apex
Yeah, it
of
was
the bridge.
depending on where you were, because some protesters, like I tell people, you can know that we were at the end because the only way that you're able to go down the slippery slope and actually jump off the bridge, which some protesters did, is that you're at both of the ends of it.
Are you of the belief that it was a setup by DPD?
I believe that DPD deliberately attacked us.
Do you believe they deliberately funneled people onto the bridge to trap them?
Yes, I believe that because what they did was they wanted to play a game. They went right here in front of us, blocked us. Everybody hearing me on the bullhorn saying, we are peacefully demonstrating, we're trying to get past you. You know what I'm saying? They started pulling the tear gas, tear gas.
It was
gas bombs.
It was some sort of pepper or something.
Whatever the hell it was. You know what I'm saying? Because
Semantics.
That's been a dispute,
Semantics.
right?
It's semantics.
So basically, I picked up the phone and called the chief, and I said, Chief, why in the hell are your people bombing, like sending things in us? And
you
blocking
called
us?
from the bridge?
I called from the bridge.
Okay.
So she said, nobody's blocking you, this, that, and the third. I said, I'm not finna sit here and lie to you, man.
Look at the
your
chopper
peoples
feed.
is blocking us, you know what I mean? I said, you can look at any goddamn feed right now. You know what I'm saying? Look at it. So then she hung up. After she hung up, the other end of the bridge was blocked off. And then you started seeing them. And then on both sides, you started seeing shooting. So I picked up the phone and called her again. I said, Chief, you need to get your ass on the bridge, right? You know what I'm saying? I called, you need to get your ass on the bridge right now and see what the hell is going on, because whoever telling you or orchestrating you or advising you is advising you fucking wrong. Or I'm going to think your ass is implicit on what's going on.
So it's interesting that you bring up that you're in touch with the police, because I think that's an important aspect of all of this, that you're in touch with Chief Hall, you're on the oversight committee. You were on the board,
I'm not on the oversight,
but weren't you? You were on the board that helped hire Chief Hall, right?
I was on the selection committee. Yes.
There's a lot of chatter. You're coming under a lot of fire on social media. I'm sure you've seen.
Let me say this.
People, can I just say for the camera what people are saying?
I think I want to, and let me tell you this.
Well, let me say it first.
Yeah.
That people are saying that you're working with the police to some regards. People are also saying that. That you knowingly put people on the bridge and led the march, knowing that there would be arrests made.
That's one of the most. First of all, that's one of the most stupidest thing ever. Right?
You've seen that criticism, right?
It's
Have you seen that criticism?
My staff has.
Okay.
I don't focus on it.
Okay.
And the reason why I don't focus on it because My track record speaks for itself. I've been a leader, born and raised in Oak Cliff, Texas, 75216. The one of the things I want you to be, the first person and first consistent activist that law enforcement do not like is Dominique Alexander. So that's
But you're
like,
also in close contact with law enforcement.
That's what I communicate with Chief Hall, just like any activist in any city.
Okay.
That is that Whatchala has a contact or a cell phone with anybody that is actually in here. I contacted the district attorney. I contacted the county judge. Now, mind you, there was a statement put out or whatever about us doing routes or whatever for a protest. First of all, nobody knew we were even marching.
Yeah.
They didn't even know we were going to Frank Crowley.
Yeah.
They blocked the roll off.
Yeah.
So
well, how did they know? How did they know that? Like they were on the other end of the bridge. How did they know to be there?
We were marching on the bridge. The bridge is a long bridge.
Yeah.
They were literally, if you saw them, we saw them when they was on the Commerce Bridge, speeding.
Yeah.
We saw them coming.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And literally, if you see the front line, it's on Smash the Topic. You see us saying, brace, they are speeding up in front of us. We're seeing them on the bridge. We're on there. It's cameras. So they came down there, right?
Okay.
So at the end of the day, that there was some things that it blocked the bridge. They blocked the bridge. They told us that we wasn't supposed to be on the bridge. That's all a lie. And everybody that was there attest to it. And then mind you this real quick. I say to this comment, it's almost like you telling Martin Luther King on the Selma Bridge that at the other end of the bridge that Dr. King led people to an ambush. And literally that is so contrary and crazy to even think that I would lead myself that was literally attacked, thrown on the ground, slammed on the ground, you know what I'm saying? Literally bruised on every different front, right? Anybody that was close to me or anything. My last call to Chief Hall, right before I was arrested, I cussed her I called her a savage. Is what I called her.
Which is a powerful word in the black community.
Because this is what's called, right? So what I did was I called the county judge, I called the district attorney. Now let me tell everybody
Cruzo?
Cruzo.
Yeah.
When Dallas County District Attorney John Cruzo was running for office, I endorsed Elizabeth Frizzell in the Democratic primaries. Elizabeth Frizzell went in within 41% of the voting turnout that day. He had to come to the activist community for that, right? So one of the agreements that I made, if anybody want to say that I have an agreement, I do have an agreement on this.
Okay.
That John Cruzo would not prosecute peacefully protesters arrested by DPD.
So your estimation then is the statement that was put out last night by Chief Hall is bullshit?
It's totally
bullshit, right?
It's totally bullshit.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let me tell you this. I called him. I said...
Because it wasn't her call, right?
I called her. No. Yeah. We were rejected from Dallas County. The district attorney called her that night. And I know this from Councilman Alden Bazadua. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? That was at the rally.
Yeah, he was on the bridge.
You know what I'm saying? So the district attorney called her and told her, I've already told you and instructed you, do not file any cases that are peacefully protesters. I'm looking at this. These people were just marching. The news is already.
So Cruzo said that on the night of while people were in zip ties.
So now here's the thing.
Just real quick, we were talking with Dominique Alexander, head of Next Generation Action Network.
Yeah. So basically,
they organized the protest that led to the bridge on Monday night, where there were 674 Dallasites arrested.
So basically, when John Cruzo hung up, Clay Jenkins called her and ordered her not to bring us to the jail. They questioned if Clay Jenkins had the authority to do that. Sheriff Marion Brown called her, and Sheriff Marion Brown's conversation was, how many people do y'all actually have? And they actually lied to Sheriff Marion Brown, because they told her that they only had 300 to 400 people. You know what I'm saying? Remember that night they always said it was 300 to 400 people. Yeah. Last night we realized that it was 674, which our organization had. So basically, once...
And that doesn't count the people who got away and people like me in the media who were not...
They don't even count the people.
It was likely closer to probably 800, if not more.
And a lot of people in my staff literally was down on the slippery slope. But so
symbolic, literal and figurative slippery slope.
But the main thing is like, that's why my staff is saying, we have always been at that bridge. You know what I'm saying? We've always. So
what can you give me a specific example of another protest that went over the bridge?
Hey, how you doing? Good to see you.
Can you give a quick example of another time when the marches went over?
Freddie Gray.
Okay.
We went over
And when was that? 2000?
That's 2016.
Yeah. Okay.
The Selma demonstration.
Yeah.
We went over the bridge.
The anniversary.
Yeah. The Selma demonstration.
Were those coordinated or with?
No.
Okay.
No, they was on the bridge. And mind you, when the Freddie Gray thing was going on, that wasn't organized by me. That was organized by MAPB and Texas Organizing Project.
Mothers Against Police Brutality.
That day, particularly. You know what I'm saying? So that wasn't actually organized by me. And then we did the Mike Brown night that he was found not guilty they didn't indict him. Let me correct that. That when they didn't indict him, they shut down the market.
Let me ask you two questions. One, you were one of the first people I saw you get pulled away.
Yeah.
Before they kind of lined people up and put them en masse into the buses, which they did not have the authority to use.
They did.
But hold on, I know that. But you were you were brought up behind first. What happened when you were pulled away, and were you put into a squad car?
I was put in that dark bus.
Okay.
I was actually,
by yourself?
Yeah. No. I was actually. That's why I said.
I saw you be pulled
Chief
by yourself.
lied on that woman, that she said that unlawfully gun.
What are you talking about?
She said that they
on
arrested
Monday?
somebody.
Yeah.
She said that she arrested somebody that was carrying a gun unlawfully.
Okay.
That was a lie. I was actually on the bus with the young lady.
Okay.
It was an African American woman. She had her license in her. She was at our meeting yesterday.
Okay.
She had her license on her, and literally had all of the stuff going on. You know.
Yeah. So you were put onto a bus like everyone else. Where were you dropped off? Because I know many people were dropped off back at Crowley. Were you dropped here?
Yeah, we were dropped off. I was dropped off literally when they took us.
Were you dropped here?
So basically, let me give you an understanding. I was on the bus when they were having the conversation with the dark officials about commandeering that vehicle.
The DART officials.
Their lawyers came on that thing to release those buses, right?
You were on the bus and the lawyers came on?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
The conversation was going on in front of me.
Okay.
They literally took me off. I was right there by David Villalobos. All of us sitting right there.
Yeah.
And then when they put our name, they took our name. I was literally put in with 10 people at a time in the back of a paddy wagon.
Sure.
And literally let out in front of Frank Crowley.
So you were taken off the DART bus onto a paddy wagon and taken to Frank Crowley.
Taking us off of that damn bus.
They didn't give any. They took your name. I mean, they know your name. They know your name.
Well, that was, let me tell you, and it's a joke. I'm a laugh, but I ain't gonna say it on the camera. But it's a joke because some people didn't give their names. But I was like, man, I don't gotta give you my card, do I?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So, but look, like I said or whatever, we was outright rejected. And mind you, people have to realize the reason why we were rejected and Sheriff Marion Brown said hell no is because NGAN members were arrested. Mind you, people don't realize we actually currently have a federal and state lawsuit against Dallas County Jail.
NGAN does? Okay.
Yes, on COVID-19.
About COVID-19, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that is currently going on. You know what I'm saying? In the federal, even though the federal judge denied the TRO, the case is still going. We still get jail records, all that. That's the reason why we've been able to get the list of everybody that is arrested each day, because it's court ordered that they give us who is booked into the jail. So people are like, hey, how this list is coming out? That's one of the things that we get by the court order. So, and then I'll end by this.
Well, I do have two more questions. But
but my statement right here. But I would say that that's the reason why there were discord and there was so much confusion on that thing, because they were literally trying to arrest us.
Yeah.
And I don't want nobody to accept the fact that Chief Hall had some epiphany and some come to Jesus moment.
Because Crusoe made the decision on Monday night, is what you're saying.
You can't, if you don't have a receiving agency to file it. If you don't have a receiving agency to file it, you can't. File at large things if you don't file it. You have to file it with the DA.
What activities does NGAN have scheduled coming up?
So the activities that NGAN has, we're going to have a memorial for George Floyd here on the plaza on Monday.
At what time?
At 2 p.m. 1 p.m. Tomorrow we are in the development phases. A lot of people remember 5 years ago, we responded to a situation with a McKinney pool party incident.
Oh yeah.
It's actually the 5-year
with
anniversary.
the cop who was doing barrel rolls and all that.
We actually, it's a 5-year anniversary. So in the
Are you
next
going to do a demonstration in McKinney?
Yes, we're going to do a demonstration in McKinney.
At the pool?
So, yes, at the pool party. At the pool. So
when is that?
It's probably going to be announced tomorrow or the day after.
It'll be announced tomorrow, but it won't be tomorrow. It'll be in a couple days.
Yeah, no. It'll probably be announced for today, for tomorrow or Sunday.
Okay.
So that's the reason why we're asking everybody to text 55625.
Is that how to get in touch?
Lives, so that we can give those alert systems to it. But I want people to understand, Dominique Alexander is an open book. You can ask me anything. But in the midst of where we have literally state and federal intelligence, state and federal intelligence on the ground, we literally saw people get pulled off the bridge that was infused, that was federal agent that was infused in our protest. And mind you this real quick, right before the Friday protest was scheduled, there was a Twitter thing that went on. This is not the first adversity we've hit. There was a profile that has 41 followers. 41 followers.
What did they say?
Now, mind you, the Dallas Community Police Oversight Coalition has been publicized so much in the last 2 years about the work that we're doing.
And
it's
ostensibly,
made up of community organizations.
The Friday protest, at least in part, was over the fact that until earlier that afternoon, the Police Oversight Action Committee was not able to meet because they had to meet in person, couldn't meet in Zoom, right?
Well, that's
that was part of it.
That
right?
was part of the Wednesday what we did at the council.
Okay.
But what happened is somebody put on post by seeing on our event page the Dallas Community Police Oversight Coalition as one of the co-hosts.
Okay.
Not realizing that the coalition is made up of grassroots organizations like Faith in Texas, ACLU, and all of the rest of them, right?
What are the social mediums that people can follow to get information on events you're organizing?
The Next Generation Action Network.
Is Facebook the best? Because your website's down right now.
Yeah, the website is down, and we had to upgrade some security.
Okay.
The Facebook
and Instagram.
Instagram and Twitter.
And just search Next Gen
Action.
Next Gen Action. Is that the Instagram and Twitter?
That's the Instagram and Twitter and Facebook. You can follow Faith in Texas.
Well, one last question.
Yeah.
And we kind of touched on this before, and I hope you understand. I just have to ask this.
Yeah, please.
What do you say to those who are suspicious or concerned about going to Next Gen events in the wake of what's happened at recent Next Gen organized events?
I say this real quick.
Do you understand their caution?
Well, I think that the part is that you have saw the level of aggression on all protests.
Okay.
All protests here in Dallas.
But I'm talking specifically about Next Gen.
But at the end of the day, of course, we are going to be faced with a level of discord. We're going to be faced because we're the ones that's making sure that we hold the police department in this city feet to the fire.
I mean, you've long said that you have been targeted because of your activism.
We have always. My cell phone, literally, you can ask an activist. Literally, in a meeting that morning, I literally charged the chief of police up and said, "Hey, don't tell your people to stop tapping my phone." She literally uttered out the words, "I can't say they not."
So you're under the impression that DPD has tapped your cell phone?
Do you see what she just said? And there were 3 activists in there. Like, damn.
So
okay.
Chief Hall has not denied that DPD is tapping your phone?
No, it's
on
not.
On what grounds?
On whatever FICE warrant there is.
Yeah.
Currently, like I tell people all the time, I am a part of the ACLU's Black Identity Extremist lawsuit that's federally, that's going on all activists across the country.
Which is a Dallas, Texas-based situation.
Yeah, literally, I could tell y'all I could be sitting right here on my phone, and I'll be sitting right here, and a number of times with my security, I don't have a single cell phone signal, right?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, we've done it so many different times. That's the attorney. But like I tell people all the time, and I said it so many times, every time somebody called me while we was out there at their rally, I said it over the loudspeaker.
Yeah.
I was transparent. I told
you were talking a lot about the disinformation that you believe was being spread from DPD.
Yes, because people were yelling, this dude that literally I don't even know what's going around. They're finna attack us. They're finna attack us.
Do you think there are outside agitators?
It is.
You think so? But you know that's a police-based term dating back to the civil rights.
I won't say Antifa. I won't say I won't say.
Do you think it's DPD?
No, I think it's FBI. I think it's law enforcement.
Yeah.
It's strong law enforcement. I'm not going to blame it on organizations like other people are saying.
But
you
you're
know what
saying
I'm saying?
LEO.
Yeah, I'm talking. These are FBI. This is law enforcement trying to justify their actions of their office. These are law enforcement being infused in our protest.
Today, the reason there's a lot of demonstrations today. There's the meeting inside. There's demonstrations outside. There's kneeling going on at Dealey Plaza in a bit. First activity of the day was the Blue for Black Lives Matter. How do you feel about a police organized protest? A police organized march. I don't know.
I was not in attendance.
Is that on purpose?
I won't be in attendance, but deliberately on purpose.
Do you think that's a step in the right direction, or is it bullshit?
It's bullshit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So what action would you like to see taken?
If the police unions are gonna put out some policy changes.
Okay. How do you feel about the intervene order that was released last night?
Which one? For
the one about basically see something, say something. If you see a cop using inappropriate force, there's now a general order to stop that. Are you aware of that order?
Yeah.
It was released at 11:48 p.m.
It's very vague.
Yeah. There's no wording as to what the punishment would be.
Yeah, it's very vague. If it's no consequences on it, it's baloney. It's like I said on my speech. There's a number of things that I'm going to continue to say, and we cannot be pacified by temporary wins. We need solid milk. We need to win. And at the end of the day, I can tell people all the time, I'm going to experience attacks because as I go hard for our community, they're going to target me. But to that end, the NGAN did raise a lot of money in the wake of Monday night, specifically towards bail fund. That money is not needed now. What is that money going to be used for? So basically, let me say this quick. NGAN started a bail fund account.
Yeah.
That money is sitting. You have $35,000 that sit in a certificate of deposit.
Okay.
We can't touch it till a year.
Okay.
That's how it has to be done.
What about the rest of the money? Because I think it was like $100,000 that you guys raised.
So here's the thing. Our legal advocacy fund, is raised under our foundation, right? So our legal advocacy fund and our attorneys, we also hired attorneys.
So it's legal fees still.
So because here's the thing, the people that is arrested, we have to make sure that those cases are dismissed. Not the people that's on Monday.
Okay.
But you got to realize we have bonded out over 200 protesters on our bonding account. You know what I'm saying?
In Dallas, not necessarily for Monday night, but from the entire week.
In Dallas and Fort Worth.
From the entire week's worth of stuff.
So basically, that stuff is in a bonding account. There are a number of different things. The Legal Advocacy Fund, our nonprofit law firm, that we've been able to do the work that's necessary needed. We have apps or whatever that we're about to roll out, so people can be able to have their court dates, know what exactly information there is. We have a hotline that's set up. All of those things that we had that was already set up with the COVID-19, we just rolled it up.
Okay.
So
final question, absolute last one. You've been very generous with your time.
No problem, man.
And I appreciate it.
No problem.
When you go inside today and you have your 1 or 2 minutes to talk, what are you saying? What do you want City Council to hear from you?
We want real issues.
Okay.
Los Angeles voted yesterday to put $100 to $150 million in communities of color.
Yeah.
All right.
So you want to defund the police?
Hell yeah. You have to.
Yeah.
You have to defund the police. We want that investigation of Mike Mata finalized for both of John. We want tangible policies, real policies. The protests will not stop until they are done. Yeah. We don't want no 90. If you're talking about a 90-month plan, y'all better have some damn committee or a special session or some damn retreat, and y'all ask to sit in there for 24 hours, come back out with a plan. We don't trust a 90 or 100-day plan. Dallas has shown untrustworthy in those regards.
And that's what you're going to say today?
That's what we're going to say today, because all of these things that they have released is all these 90-day 30-day plans. So they think that people are going to get out the streets on when in other cities they are actually voting on something. You know what I'm saying? We don't want pacified, because here's the thing. Police brutality is not just in the policing in the policing in these departments. Police brutality reigns in the inequities in our communities. And it's important that we not only just talk about the policies in the police department, but talk about the areas of systematic what they tell us all the time. Oh, you're ready to protest about Black Lives Matter, but what about when Boo Boo killed whatever such and such and such and such in your community?
Like black
Where
on black?
you at, right?
You're talking about that?
Where you at? But here's the thing. You don't give us the resources to make sure that we can keep Boo Boo out the streets. So when Boo Boo is 11 years old and he's trying to find his way in Dallas right now,
there's a system in place that leads him to a life of crime.
You can't even get a basketball program, a baseball program, a volleyball program. So what Boo Boo is going to do? You know what I'm saying? So what he's going to do is he's going to fall prey into these gangs, right? And then you're going to find a 13-year-old or 15-year-old Boo Boo that just took the life of some dens or somebody where they didn't rob somebody. But we have to impact them now. So I want them to understand that we are not here to be pacified. We want systemic change in Dallas.
Dominique, thanks so much for your time. Good luck in there today. That was Dominique Alexander, the head of the Next Generation Action Committee. He was in charge of the protest that started on Frank Crowley Courts Building, went over the bridge on Monday night, where 674 Dallasites were detained, arrested, but ultimately, as we learned last night, not charged for any crime. There's supposed to be at 1:30, which is now, a demonstration at City Hall. Hey, what's up? Good. Hi, I'm Pete. No, it's cool.
I'm Arnold.
Hi, Arnold.
I was gonna ask, that character you were speaking with.
That's Dominique Alexander.
Dominique Alexander. Has he by any chance, or did you ask, or did you brush over anything over the allegations that are being?
Can I put you on camera? Is that cool?
Yeah, that's fine.
So what's your question?
I was just wondering if any questions came up during your interview with Dominique.
Yeah.
About the night at the bridge.
What?
The
Yeah.
the bridge.
I asked him a lot of questions about that. What question you asked? You want to know?
If he set us up.
I asked him that, and he said no.
What was his?
I don't remember word for word, but you can it's centraltrack.com. I'll give you a sticker.
Central Track.
Central Track.
Central Track.
And you can follow along and watch the video later. We'll be publishing it in full.
Because it was.
Do you feel it was a setup on his part?
I was there.
Yeah. Do you feel?
I was one of the protesters. One of the 700 protesters that were there. And.
Do you feel he set you up?
I feel that either A, it was very poor control and really I would say the design was very poorly constructed.
I can tell you because I was marching, covering it, and I was at the front of the line, and I did not know where the march was going. And as it turned, right before it turned left toward there, was the first, I was like, Dominique, where's this going?
Right.
And only then did he say bridge.
Bridge.
And I did not know. Did you have any idea it was going onto the bridge at any point?
I had no idea, only seeing that the barricade was there.
Do you feel that the police funneled? Do you feel the police funneled everyone onto the bridge?
There's a tactic. It's kettling.
Do you feel yes or no?
I believe so. I believe they had no real sense of empathy or like really sense of like what's going on out here.
Chief Hall maintains that protesters were warned multiple times not to go onto the bridge. Do you remember being warned not to go onto the bridge?
No, not being warned not to go to the bridge. It wasn't mentioned. We were just told that we were staying away from the Teletubbies.
Yeah.
And as long as we stayed on the outside of that curfew zone, we were going to be fine.
Okay. I'm walking over this way to the demonstrations. Where are you going? Do you
Demonstrations? Okay, yeah.
Do you want to walk with?
Yeah, I'm walking with. Yeah, absolutely.
So you heard last night that Chief Hall and DPD are dropping charges, although it's also reported that DA John Creuzot made that decision on Monday night. What is your reaction to the charges being dropped?
Well,
you were cited, right?
Yeah. Well, not right then and there.
But your information was taken, and you were zip tied.
Yeah. I don't see a prosecutor really wanting to move forward with those charges.
Yeah.
I don't.
So do you believe that that's why it got dropped?
Yeah. Nobody's gonna sit there and really like take time out of their day and live to prosecute these protesters who are very clearly out here practicing our constitutional right.
Arnold, can I get your first and last name and spell it in case I want to contact you later?
Yeah, my name's Arnold Benzor.
How do you spell that?
A-R-N-O-L-D. Venzor, Venzor.
And what part of town do you stay in?
I stay in Grand Prairie.
Okay.
But I grew up in Dallas, Oak Cliff, and so this is, of course, this is home.
All right,
So,
thank you, Arnold.
I appreciate your time.
Appreciate yours.
Thank you.
All right, so we do have a group forming here with a microphone and speaker setup. There's probably about, I don't know, 100 people here. So I'm gonna change batteries. So bear with me. I'm gonna sit down, take care of that. Appreciate you guys watching and following along. I think we've gotten some great information from Mark Cuban, from Dominique Alexander, from a number of people. Right, I'm going to turn this around for 1 second as I figure out the battery situation. Your name?
Neil.
Neil, thanks for the support, man. Appreciate it. Trying. That's very cool. So I'm gonna check my notifications here real quick. Hopefully this doesn't pause anything. Okay, so just to reset, we are in the shaded tree area on the grass in front of Dallas City Hall Plaza. It is a little more bearable in the heat and the shade than it is without it. This is the same area where DPD drove up in SWAT trucks on Saturday to approach peaceful demonstrations on the plaza, firing tear gas, flashbangs, and more. I don't think there's a symbolic reason to that as to why this location was chosen. I just think it is simply shaded. So this is another police brutality protest, a second one. This is one, obviously not. This one is not organized by police. This is an independent event. At the same time, in about half an hour, in City Hall itself, City Council is holding a special meeting with 200 Dallasites who have signed up to get at least a minute of time to just make their voices heard on the current policing situation in Dallas. Taking a quick breather right now. I'm going to get some water out of my bag, and then we will be moving up and hearing the speakers again. Thank you for watching. If you want to support this coverage, please go to patreon.com/centraltrack to support what we do. We've lost a lot of our advertisers in the wake of the coronavirus, so we are relying on reader support, and it means a lot. It keeps us going, both financially and just spiritually, frankly. Can I get a Gatorade? Thank you. Hydration station. Dominique Alexander is now speaking. We just spoke with Dominique directly. Dominique has come under fire from some who suspect ill intent as far as leading the march onto the bridge on Monday night. Dominique is now reiterating the claim that the FBI has infiltrated the protests.
Accept that reality. So when the next lie come out about Dominique Alexander,
He is talking about lies about himself.
no question
Excuse me.
about what these agent provocateurs is putting out about me. I'm born and raised in Oak Cliff, 75216. That's my hood. If I don't stand on what is right, my community, my people fail. My people die. I will never compromise the voice of this protest. I will never compromise the voice. I'm going to
Try to get a better angle.
in these meetings with the city manager and the police chief. No negotiation until systemic change is made.
Are you guys watching these football? Yeah. I'm at centraltrack.com to ask a couple questions real quick. I was streaming live. But I know you guys put out the video.
Dominique Alexander
Why is
is
it
an
important
open
for
book.
SMU to make? Why is it important for the SMU football team to?
And I'm saying this because so many people have
I believe that, it's our job to, number one, me being a white person, to listen and educate myself in the black community. I think it's important for us as a university. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, I didn't mind.
I don't give a damn.
I think it's important for us to show our message and that, we're tired of police brutality and racism in this country, and it's for us as a staff and university and athletic department to come together. I think it's a strong message to our student athletes in Dallas.
And what is your name and position with the team?
My name is Tyler Bullard. I'm the director of video services.
I have
coach
been
video.
one of the most
So you made the video?
No. I work for people
Oh, like
in my
tape?
department. Yeah, I handle all like the tape, but I work with people that
scouting
made.
stuff.
Yeah,
talked about
I can show you if you make the video if you
individuals
want to interview them.
in law enforcement. Any kind of indication
Thank you for your time.
that I am working with them
The SMU
outright
football
ridiculous.
team.
Because every time
they get to put a handcuffs on me. If they actually like me, they wouldn't have 30 officers on top of me. So I want people to understand. We have went over the Market Huntfield Bridge 5 times.
SMU football team.
Previously. The other day, we was almost at the end of that bridge. The police attacked us. The chief of police failed to act. I asked her 3 times on that bridge to get her ass on the bridge. Because what she was being told was incorrect. When I saw that she failed to do so, I called the county judge and the district attorney. Because this movement actually elected this district attorney. You know what I'm saying? Let me give y'all some background. We endorsed Elizabeth Brazil. Elizabeth Brazil went into 50% on John Crusoe. Literally, election night, there was only 500 votes apart. John Crusoe knew that he had to come to the progressive and activist community in order to beat the Republican Faith Johnson. He knew. And one of the things that we made an agreement, people talk about agreement, I want y'all to hear it. The one agreement that we made with the district attorney is that he would not prosecute First Amendment right peaceful protesters. That's an agreement that was made with the district attorney. When the district attorney talked to me, he said, I got it. I left it at that. I called the chief of police, and with the video when y'all saw me being slammed to the ground, that was actually after I cussed her out. That's the reason why I was targeted. This notion that she dropped charges on us bullshit is a lie. We were rejected from the Dallas County District Attorney. If you don't have an agency to file the charges with, and the district attorney tells you that you cannot file them, you cannot file at-large charges. The county judge blocked us from coming to Dallas County. They questioned whether he had the authority to do it. That's the reason why you saw people get pulled back and forth. The sheriff had to call and say, yes, he does have the authority to do it. But who do you have arrested? She said 300 to 400 people. That was a lie. She asked them, who do you have in the protest? She said, Texas Organizing Project and NGAN. She said, who in NGAN? Dominique Alexander. The sheriff said, he can't come. And I want people to understand, the Next Generation Action Network Legal Advocacy Fund currently have a federal and state lawsuit against Dallas County Jail regarding COVID-19.
Dominique heavy.
So guess what? As the president of the organization, you cannot arrest me inside of a jail or take me to a jail where I'm going to be a fact witness to my organization's lawsuit. So don't let her tell you some lies that she just had a Jehovah fit and came to Jesus moment and said that she was going to drop all 674. She was criticized. She was talked about. She was pushed to do what is right. And at the end of the day, my last statement, she lied on an African-American sister. This sister I sat on the dark bus with as we were detained. She said that they arrested somebody that was unlawfully carrying. That was a lie.
Hollywood joins the call.
Showed the police officer her license to carry. I know this young lady because she was at my office yesterday, and many in this crowd saw her. She showed them her paperwork, and she has her gun and her license back now. So do that sound like somebody unlawfully carrying? So So I say to this, it won't be the first, it won't be the last. But as a leader, I cannot comment on every stupid thing that goes on social media. Dominique Alexander did not lead anybody on no bridge to get ambushed. That's just like telling Dr. King that he led people on the Selma Bridge to the people at the end of the bridge to get beat up. I literally was slammed on the floor. Slammed. Guns were pointed at me. It's on there, right? They came and slammed me. I'm not going to do my thing. If we leave this crowd now, and this is 500 people, the thing in my head is that if I leave 500 people from this place, I bring 500 back. That's my organization's motto, and we sticking with it. Thank y'all. I'm going to follow the people. And hey, y'all give them a hand, y'all. The next generation. Did you hear the next man? Today, we continue to battle.
Carlos Quintanilla, the Axion Network.
I'd like to give you a little update of what has happened since our protest. And I was there with Dominique, and we didn't throw no bricks, we didn't throw no bottles, we weren't violent, we weren't disrespectful, we weren't swearing, we weren't telling them fuck you, we weren't saying anything. All we were saying is don't shoot. Don't shoot. And when they came and started pelting us with rubber bullets, we still said don't shoot, and then we all got slammed to the ground. And so, not only did we get slammed to the ground, but they threw canisters that began to pop all over. And yesterday, Chief Hall tried to have a conference call to justify her position. And one of the things she said, well, they asked her, Chief Hall, why did you start shooting rubber bullets? And why did you throw out the canisters? And she said, I did that because the protesters were getting violent on the bridge, and the officers feared for themselves, so they had to respond. And luckily I was able to break into the conversation, and I said, Chief Hall, that's a lie. You're a liar. That's a flat out lie. We didn't throw no bricks, we didn't throw no water, and we committed no violence. The violent behavior was yours. Shame on you, Chief, shame on you. And so, that was the end of the conversation, and she backtracked. She said, oh, I made a mistake. It wasn't the protesters at the bridge. It was the protesters on Friday night. And again, we said, Chief, you're wrong, because we didn't throw no bricks, we didn't throw no bottles. If someone came from the outside, that was their business, but ours was a peaceful protest. So today, we reiterate our campaign. We're not stopping. The letter, the mandate from the chief, the city manager came today, his memorandum of action. And his memorandum of action does not include everything that we've been talking about. And so today we're here for solutions. We're here to continue to put forth what we want for the future of our families and our children. We want an oversight board that is independent, that is autonomous, that does not report to the city or the city manager or the city attorney or the chief of police. We want this oversight board to be able to investigate independently any officer that violates the constitutional rights and civil liberties of anyone that has been arrested or stopped or pulled over. We want this oversight committee board to also be involved when there's officer shootings and use of excessive force. We want this oversight board to be able to recommend criminal prosecution against these police officers who commit crimes against our community. And this board needs to be funded so it has the necessary resources to investigate and get the cam videos
and get the documents and talk to witnesses and investigate thoroughly and comprehensively the acts that have been committed by those officers. We do not believe that an officer will investigate an officer. Are we in agreement with that? We don't believe that the blue will investigate the blue. Are we in agreement with that? Yeah. We don't believe that a police officer is going to recommend that another officer be indicted and charged with a criminal offense. Do we agree with that? Yeah. So we want an oversight board. We want an independent board. We want a board that will be represented by the people who are protesting here today, and that is you. We will take nothing less. And when they attack Dominic Alexander, or they attack Carlos Quintanilla, or they attack Chomonica, or anyone else, they're attacking all of us. Because we are one family, we have one voice, we are one echo. And that echo is power to the people, no more violence, and George Floyd.
Carlos Quintanilla with the Axion Network.
Before I leave, because I'm going to come back and speak, I want to invite everybody to Farmers Branch at 3 o'clock on Monday. The city of Farmers Branch has 2 police officers who have committed murder. One was charged, indicted, and convicted and sent to prison. The second officer is out on bond, and we want him to go to prison. And so we invite you to join us and join our rally and protest on Monday at City Hall, Farmers Branch City Hall at 3 o'clock. God be with you. Power to the people. George Floyd and everyone else. Monica.
So first of all, I want to be very clear with how I know media is out here, and I want you all to know that right before the NAACP, along with Not My Son, decided to join forces today to explain and help create the narrative of the strategy. So today is the strategy to where we want you guys to be able to come up here. We have people who are local officials. We are going to set the tone by asking you to respect those local officials because they are the ones who actually decided to come and listen to you and actually give you a response. So today is a dialogue. Today is a strategy. The first day on Wednesday, it was all about the conversation. And even if you come up here today, because I do want people to know that you are free to come up here. If you want to come up here, the line will be stationed over here, and somebody from either the NAACP or Not My Son will be able to direct you in the proper direction. But we want to hear from you. This rally that they're recording and that they're going to be writing their reviews on, we want to make sure that they understand that this is for you. Okay? So whenever you come up here, make sure that you are stating whatever it is and however you feel, because we want to make sure that we're understanding that we are here to express ourselves. But we also want to let them know that we're educated, right? That's the most important thing. So with that being said, we're going to keep a program going. If you guys want to speak, please come stand over here. We want to hear from you. And you guys, I hope you guys enjoy the rally. Thank you guys.
Players might think want to talk to you again? If so, can you point me in the direction? My name is Pete, by the way. I'm a centraltrack.com. Rashad? Nice to meet you.
All right, so we're going to start with the prayer. So if everybody can kind of huddle up so we can get ready to bow every eye. Hold the hand. Well, no holding hands. But we're also going to pray that we are covered during Corona because God knows that we're out here doing the right thing. All right?
Everybody bow your heads. Dear God, we thank you for the opportunity to stand before you today to proclaim what you have given us to say. We're here to demand justice for George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Jordan Edwards, Gotham John. We want peace and justice in our communities. We want the police officers to respect our communities and the communities to respect our police officers. Black and brown lives matter, white lives matter, but most importantly, God, we want you to continue to live in our officers so that they are able to have justification for their actions, so that they are held accountable, so that peace comes, so that we don't have to stand up here for another protest or another hashtag because we're tired of being tired. We want you to protect us as we march today, keep us covered, love on us, and live with us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
That's a bunch of them.
Voice Instinct, also known as the Black National Anthem. This year, 121 years ago, the song was written to honor Black Americans in our strength and preservation, despite all our suffering and trauma from the past. If you know the song, you're welcome to sing along. Sing a song full of faith that dark past brought us. Sing a song full of hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died. Yet with the steady beat have not our weary feet.
Yes.
But damn brute! Oh, good God on high! Oh my God! What the fuck is this? What the fuck are we seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen? Oh God! No! No! For the love of God, don't you dare! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Very powerful performance and well performed.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Traylon Rogers. I'm the former president of the Dallas NAACP Youth Council. Today it's a group effort. You heard Minister Dominique Alexander from the Next Generation Action Network. You heard from Not My Sons, and then we have some people from the NAACP and Young Latino Democrats. We have Carlos Quintanilla from Young Latino Democrats of Dallas, Nicholas Hawkins from UT Arlington NAACP, Channing from Arlington NAACP, and Kennedy Houston from LULAC. Today we want to make sure that the youth were represented because it's important. Every day youth go to school with police officers inside of their school buildings, and God forbid the police officers see the students, black and brown students at the black and brown high schools in Dallas as a threat. So we want to talk to the police chief of not only Dallas, but we also want to talk to the police chief of Dallas ISD and let them know that they need to terminate the contracts with the police officers in Dallas and the city of Dallas. The reason they need to terminate the contracts is because the police in the city of Dallas have no accountability, and Chief Hall says that her main job is to protect the people of Dallas, but protecting people is not arresting 600 plus people for a peaceful protest. That is the opposite of protection. What she meant by protecting the people of Dallas was protecting the pockets of the people in Dallas, and by protecting the white elite and protecting those who are oppressors to the black and brown people who are in this city. There's oppression going on in the city every day, and the youth are a large part of it, but the people, adults come and speak on behalf of the youth and say what the youth want, but it's time that the youth speak up and talk about what we want for ourselves. So today, that's what we're here for. Not only is this an agenda for black and brown people, but it's an agenda for young people as well as old people, because we're tired of sitting in our classrooms and learning about history that doesn't belong to us. We're tired of sitting in our classrooms listening to racist teachers, profiling, going to in-school suspension and on-campus suspension because something that we did didn't fit into their racist views of how black people should act in their classrooms. So today we say enough is enough, and we want the Dallas police chief to stop we want the Dallas ISD police chief to stop contracts with the Dallas City Police Department, because they are the reason that we're here today. Because in 20 minutes from here, Jordan Edwards, a 15-year-old boy, was killed for going to a party and leaving at the end of the party by a racist police officer. Right here, not too far from here, across the street from the police headquarters, Botham John was killed by a police officer for sitting in his house. 12-year-old Tamir Rice was killed in Ohio for playing with a gun. This has been an attack on the youth just as much as it has been the adults, and we are here to say we're tired of it. We're thankful for the invitation and for everybody to be here. Later on, you'll hear from more members of the NAACP youth councils and college chapters, but peace and power to you.
And allow people to voice their opinions, and we want to make sure that we set the tone. So, number one, I don't want anybody to get up here and say F the police. Okay? We all know somebody or know somebody who knows somebody whose cousin, sister, mother, father actually protects us. So we have to be mindful with that, okay? Also, when you are up here, state a solution. We are up here united, and we have a strategy. We want to let the people know that we understand what we're doing, and we also want to let you know that we have solutions that we want you to hear. And I also want to be very clear, it was police officers who really did want to be here with us, and I worked very closely with them, and unfortunately due to, I won't say that person, but they were not permitted to be here. So I want to let you know that police officers actually did want to come here, they did want to stand with you, and they did want to have the conversation with you, but it starts at the top, okay? So I want to be very clear with that for those people who are there, because we do have some that are actually here, they are not in uniform, but because they were told that they were not allowed to, they will not be able to. So just so you know, we do have some that stand in solidarity with us who did not participate this morning because they felt like the platform should be here, where the people are hosting, where Not My Son is hosting, where the NAACP is hosting, where the Latinos are here, where the white people are here. This is the platform. So what we need to do is continue to be in solidarity. If they want to have a conversation, we want to most definitely invite them to the platform, but it needs to be on our terms, because we've used their terms before, and it's gotten us here, so that's not going to work. All right, so the first person up, if you can form the line over here, and just so you know, anybody with a purple shirt on is also able to give you directions, okay? Just so you can keep that in mind. And we also have hydration stations. We posted them with bright right posters. Also, when we get to JFK, we also have hydration stations there. Please make sure you stay hydrated while you're out here. We love you, and we don't want anything to happen to you in the process of you trying to state your claims, okay? What's the name of your organization? Not My Son. My name is Tremonica Brown, and I am with Not My Son. Today's discussion is entitled The Strategy. So I want to make sure that you guys are hashtagging. Please go because we stand with everybody who's trying to provide a platform. I was also on the bridge, so we don't want to have that conversation. We all stand together in solidarity, and we want to make sure that everybody's voice is heard. This is a platform. We're stating solutions today. And if they have my number, just so you guys know. If anybody decides to change their mind within the higher beings that may, they can absolutely do it, and these police officers are here. So, as soon as they're ready, we're live. Not my son, the strategy conversation. Make sure you hashtag not my son. And also, we are putting together Juneteenth. I'm going to get with the rest of the organizations because we're going to do this together. We are going to host Juneteenth. That's going to be our day. We're working with some sponsors who really want to do some big things. If you know anybody who wants to donate, it's a station over there with Not My Son. I encourage you guys to please come over, have a conversation. Let's see what you can do. Let's collaborate so that way we can make that day a great day, okay? Thank you, guys. And also today, I want to invite my Latino people. If you come up here and you feel compelled to use your native language, please do. Okay? Thank you.
Lo vamos a decir en español porque, como dijimos, somos una familia. Una familia es one family. Cuando ellos atacan a alguien de la comunidad afroamericana, están atacando a alguien en nuestra comunidad hispana. Cuando matan a un afroamericano, están matando a un hispano también. Cuando discriminan en contra de un afroamericano, están discriminando en contra de un latino a la misma vez. No hay diferencia. There's no difference in discrimination. When they kill a black person, they kill a Latino too. When they discriminate and implement racist behavior, that racist behavior also affects Latinos. Nosotros somos una familia. Tenemos una voz. Vamos a luchar juntos. Vamos a demandar justicia, vamos a proteger nuestras familias y no vamos a parar hasta que se acabe el racismo y el odio en contra de afroamericanos, negros y pobres blancos que hoy están protestando. Dios los bendiga a decir ¡una familia! ¡Una familia! We are not proud to the people.
My name is Nicolas Quintanilla. I am the president of the Young Latino Democrats of Dallas. Today continues to be an important day as young people like myself and like Trey Lynn and others assemble today to speak out against police brutality, to speak out against excessive force, and to speak out against hatred and racism that exists in America. I was at the bridge on Monday with Minister Dominic Alexander, with my father, Carlos Quintanilla, and it was something that I've never experienced before. I was proud to be there. I was proud to stand with Dominique. I was proud to stand in solidarity for George Floyd. And I was walking in the third line, and as I was walking, I was going Facebook Live, and all of a sudden you just started hearing pop, 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 and gunshots. Everybody started running. And then minutes later, they started throwing smoke bombs, and the crowd, they started running. But there was nowhere to run. They blocked one side of the bridge, and they blocked the other side of the bridge. They separated me from my father. They handcuffed him, they handcuffed Dominique, and they handcuffed every protester that was there. And they did that because it was the order that the chief of police, Chief Hall, gave. So shame on Chief Hall and shame on her Dallas Police Department. But that will not stop me from protesting, and that will not stop me from marching and making my voice be heard. You know, and in the Latino community, there was 4 Latinos that were murdered by police officers. Jose Cruz was driving with his friend. He had a red Challenger, and the Providence Branch police officer thought that it was stolen. It was owned by him, but because he was a Latino, because the color of his skin was brown, he decided to chase him and shoot 17 times. That's cold-blooded murder. The police officer was sentenced, he was convicted, and now he's in prison somewhere, but he's serving 10 years. Jose Cruz is never going to be able to walk down the streets. He's never going to be able to celebrate life with his sisters or his mother or his special brother. He's never going to be able to kiss her grandmother on the forehead like he would do when he would come home from work. Juan Moreno was also shot by a Farmers Branch police officer. That's not right. So we need to speak out. Black lives matter, all lives matter. I'm standing with Trey Long, with the NAACP, and together we're gonna fight for justice and we're gonna end police brutality. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. And together, power and unity. Thank you very much.
Yo, Dominic, you gonna give that message? There's a text message there. We're going to be announcing a text message that you can call if there's any problems, if you want to file a complaint, if you want to report violence, if you need bond. We're going to send you the text. You text that message, and you'll have direct contact with Next Generation Action Network.
Yeah.
Hello, y'all. This is honestly my first time speaking in front of the crowd, but I am honestly wanting to be part of the change that is so needed in America. I am sick of the police.
Excuse me, Coach Dykes. Hi, I'm media. I'm with CentralTrack.com.
Yeah.
We're streaming live right now.
Okay.
I know the team released a video, a statement, and I see a lot of SMU shirts and I think players and staff members here. I just was wondering if you could speak to why that is an important thing for your team, your organization to do.
Yeah, I mean,
do you want to step back?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't want to block the photo.
Yeah, I just want to say it's incredibly important for our players to have a voice. And, stand up for injustice. And so, I think all of us together, I feel like we've got to do something to try to create change. And so at least we can do is come out today and be a part of this. And we're excited to be here and be a part of it. I have a lot of respect for our players and really feel strongly about this. So do our coaches and our staff and our families.
It seems like it was a team decision.
Oh, it was.
Was it player-led?
Yeah, it's certainly player-led. We've had a lot of players that have gotten very involved in trying to create change. I think that's what we're all trying to do, is just make sure that this is something that, isn't a t-shirt and a hashtag. It's all about trying to affect change and real change and lasting change and significant change for everybody.
It seems like, especially since you've come on board as coach, that the team has gone out of its way to really ingratiate itself within the community, like with the forget the triple D. What
right, the triple D logo.
Yeah, the triple D logo. I mean, you're wearing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, look,
born and raised is the hashtag.
Yeah, this is our community, and so we have a lot of players that grew up here. It's important for us to to support our community, and we're all in this together. And so I love Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's my home. It's my family's home.
Yeah.
And and that's part of what we're all about.
It seems like I've heard people speak glowingly about the way you and your wife have integrated into the community. You've been here a couple years now. What speaks to you about this community?
Well, I'm from Texas, and to me, Dallas has always been, the center of change. And it's kind of the natural progression when when you got a degree from whatever university, you moved to Dallas and kind of could begin your life here. It's a very progressive city, and so it's got a lot of proud history, but there's a lot of things about the history of Dallas we need to change. And so, we love being here. We love this community. There's so much pride in the Dallas community that it's just a great place to live and raise a family.
Is there anything moving forward that that the team might be working on beyond showing up today, which is a big step?
Yeah, I mean, for us, we partnered with the Players Coalition, which is an organization started by some NFL players that are trying to affect real change, significant change, in a bunch of different levels. It begins with education, continues on to a bunch of different things that are going to be really important for us, and we're just beginning.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to provide some direction for us, and they've got a strong organization, and so we're proud to partner with the Players Coalition and really believe in their message, and just happy to be a part of it.
Is there going to be a season this year?
I hope so. That's the plan. Yeah, I hope so. Thanks. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Here's a sticker. This is the outlet we're with. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Nice to meet you.
Okay, you too. Thanks.
That was Coach Dykes, head football coach of Southern Methodist University. Just get the size of the scope. Thanks again, Coach. There's a large, I'd say we're probably around 500 or so people here at this point. Excuse me. Just gonna take a breather real quick. Hopefully you guys can hear the speaker. There's no police presence here at all. That is interesting. There was a huge police presence earlier. Pretty cool that we've been able to talk to Mark Cuban and Coach Dykes today. There are people of influence who are making the decision to come out and have their presence known. I think that's hugely important. This guy over here looks a little suspicious. Looks like they've got some popsicles over here. That's rad. Yo, that is sick, man. Alright, how are you doing? You been here long? Yeah. Were you at the police portion or just this part? Were you at the police portion earlier or just this part?
No, I missed about 30 minutes.
Yeah, this is Jeremy Word. You did a great video for us. And hopefully some more. Good to see you, man. Go up? Yeah, well, different music. Good to see you, man. Okay, let's look at these signs on the ground.
Do you guys want to grab a poster? I was giving them away.
This is cool. She's giving away posters and signs. How many did you bring today? Can I put you on camera? Is that okay?
Yeah, for sure.
We're live on Central Track right now.
I started off with about 25 of them, and throughout the week I've just kind of gone and given them
Cool.
out. I can't get too close to the crowd, but I'm
Just
still out
being
here.
precautious?
Yeah, exactly. But
Cool.
I want to take as much part of this as possible.
Thank you. Can I get your name?
Yeah,
Janie what?
Janie.
What was your last name? Or you don't have to share if you don't want.
Janie.
Okay. What part of town do you stay in?
I'm from Dallas, born and raised.
What part? Like neighborhood?
Oak Lawn.
Oak Lawn?
Cedar Springs,
Cool,
yeah.
cool. Thank you for being here, Jenny.
Yeah, thank you.
Trash? Thank you so much for doing that. We got people walking around with trash bags. We got more hydration and snack stations over here. Looks like a medic. This is I don't know if you can see a photo registration area. Which organization are you guys with? Are you with?
We're just individuals. We're here. We organize with the organizers, but we're just.
We organize with not my
But-
son, but just the.
Yeah. But you're registering people to vote? Are you guys registrars?
We just have the materials. We're not helping people.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for doing it, guys. It's important.
We have a message that's clear, and our voice needs to be heard. Because no longer can we allow 18 complaints before the 19th garners national attention and is the only reason why Derek Chauvin is facing arrest and the charges that he is. No longer can we let our hard-earned taxpayer dollars go into somebody who swears to protect and serve, but then attributes to the terror within our community. We must seek change. We must demand it because we can't go for what's been happening for far too long. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why I'm here to tell you that now. Give me a minute. We have struggled for years to overcome, and it's time to bring justice to the victims of police brutality. For the honor of George Floyd, in honor of Breonna Taylor, and the countless other lives within the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. That's why it's so imperative that we all come together in the name of unity, in the name of overcoming, to see a brighter tomorrow. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say power to the people, much love to everyone.
Carlos. This is Carlos Cipriano with the Axion Network. A lot of youth talking today.
That's right.
That seems to be a pretty important thing.
Very important. It's critical when we got young people speaking out.
I'm a little short, had to bring the mic
and
down.
articulating
First of
issues
all,
that are important.
can we give another round of applause for Deanna Wilson, our singer? Great job, sis.
Your son was out there.
Second of all, I want to see how many youth are here.
Yeah.
So it's very important to be young people because this movement doesn't belong to me anymore. It doesn't belong to Dominic. It belongs to young people. And when young people begin to start articulating their concerns because they have seen the hate, the racism, the discrimination, the disparity, and they begin to articulate that in a very articulate manner.
Yeah, they're very articulate.
Every speaker that has spoken.
You proud?
I'm very proud. I'm very happy.
Real quick, because I want to let them speak. Why was it important to have this gathering separate from the one that happened earlier today?
Well, because this is more geared towards young people. These are geared towards solutions, coming up with recommendations, letting them speak.
Yeah.
You know, it's important. The press always hears Dominic and Carlos Quintanilla and all of us. It's time for them to start listening to other people's voices.
But I think it's also important that these other voices are stepping up. They're choosing to step up with their own voice.
They're stepping up, and that's a very important milestone within social activism.
Thank you, sir.
We have learned. We listened to the Martin Luther King dream speech. We listened when they taught us how to keep our hands up. We listened to Trayvon Martin's mother cry out for justice, and we listened when they fired gunshots at O'Shea Taylor's car. We listened to them tell us Christian Taylor was a threat. We listened to the
and we demand it now. Every day, our officials fail to act, our lives are in danger. As I stand here and speak to you, my life is in danger. And just like our great-grandparents were tired, just like our grandparents were tired, and just like my mother is tired, and my father is tired, and my brother is tired, and my 15-year-old little sister is tired. I am sick and tired of being sick and tired. It needs to end now. There is something wrong here. There's no reciprocity for black and brown bodies in America. This cycle of injustice and trauma must end. And it must end now. It must end today. It must end yesterday. No justice. No peace. No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
Thank you.
We got young speakers in Dallas taking turns on the mic and really just rocking it.
That actually works better. I have no idea how to follow that up. Good thing we're all trying to. Appreciate you.
Now it's kind of open floor after some organized
Y'all already get the memo.
youth leaders.
That we were all created equal.
Now they've
That we were
got a
all
line
human.
formed
Right?
of
Oh, I didn't hear anything on that. Right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get the
My
name of that
message
last
is to the
speaker.
church. Actually, first of all, how
You did
many
a great
pastors
job.
are here today?
I was hoping I could
Let me
get
ask
your
you real
name.
quick.
Channing Hill.
All right.
Channing.
I love
Channing, like Channing
Where are they at?
Tatum.
Okay.
Hill,
Where else?
H-I-L.
Somebody,
And,
hands up, please.
Are you with an organization in
I'm
particular?
with the Arlington
fine.
NAACP Youth Council.
Okay.
And all of the youth councils.
Yeah, y'all
and
are shocked just as much as I am.
NAACP college units organized a unity protest for the youth today.
Yeah.
And when we got out here, we saw Not My Son, and we saw the next generation action.
I'm from a small town
and we
in Missouri.
decided to, join our people,
I'm actually
join
down
our
in
forces to
Waxahachie
create
right now
one big
at a
forum
university,
for
Southwestern
change,
Assemblies of
solutions,
God
and
University.
answers.
It's a Christian
So
Bible school. And I'm
it's
not a
beautiful.
public speaker.
It's beautiful, and you did a great job up there.
Pastoral or anything like that, so
Thank you.
this is why the speech will be crappy. But that's fine.
It's Channing Hill.
One thing that I did learn actually is called Imago Dei. And I don't know if any of y'all know what that is, but that is basically saying created in the image of God. 5 days after the beginning, when God created the heavens and the earth, he created man, and he said, it is very good. Today, and for a long time, we're facing an Imago Dei issue. We've lost sight of how beautiful each individual life is and how we were all created in the image, the perfect, beautiful image of God. The minor prophet, Amos, talks about idolatry, immorality, and injustice that Israel was facing in the judgment that God would put on them. America, your judgment will come. See, your idolatry, you put your faith, your trust, your hope in politicians that don't even care about you. Your idolatry is in the money that you put in your pocket. Your immorality is the fact that you've turned a blind eye to your brothers and your sisters facing this injustice every day. And where are you? The injustice, well, that speaks for itself. Why else would we be here? Why else would I be up here talking on it? Matthew 25:35. This is a whole long segment, actually, where Jesus separates the lambs and the goats on his second coming. For the lambs, he will be thankful and loving. He will look at their small deeds throughout their lives they did for other people in need, and he will grant them entry into heaven to sit at the right hand of God with him. And I see a lot of goats, or I see a lot of lambs here. We're standing up for other people who are in need. See, here we're actually making a huge statement on love.
You're doing a great job.
Then there are the goats
and all throughout the week.
who turn their eyes away from the people
Obviously,
hurting.
a youth focus right now.
And in
I think that's
America,
pretty
I
important.
see a lot of
Can you
goats,
speak a
even
little
though
bit
you
to
all
that?
claim to be lambs, who claim to say that you love people, but you don't.
Grant our youth the platform while also allowing some
to come out and speak.
John 15:13.
They lived it, they seen it.
No one has greater love than
Highly
this,
important that we make
that
sure
one
that we
lays down
highlight
his life for
every
his friends.
aspect and every facet and every which
I
way that we
personally
can,
don't know anything.
but also providing a
I
safe
really
and healthy
don't.
platform, and that's by communication with the
But I
police,
love you.
which we do have some who stand in solidarity with us, and we're more than grateful, and we understand that they
And I just
couldn't
want to
come
say
in
that,
uniform, and we still love them anyway.
man, I'm
Why is
happy
it important
to
that there's a separate
have walked
demonstration going on right now than what was going on
right
this
beside
morning?
you the other day.
Because
I'm happy
if
to
they
have seen my
wanted
small town
to
actually
really carry a
march
narrative,
for you guys up here
we
in
had a
Dallas.
very good
And I saw some of my
healthy
professors
and
in there,
confident
too.
conversation
And I just want to say,
where
God bless you.
educational people
Thank
and
you for that.
students and
You are
teachers and
showing the
leaders
real
all
love
came
of
out
God, man.
and provided solutions. And we asked them to come. We still invite them to come. This is not a gang up or anything like that.
Yeah.
This is a safe environment. I am betting
We're
every
gonna
purple shirt out here that no
keep
one
on
will be
moving.
harmed. Nobody will have anything damages. The police are working with us. They are also coordinated. They know the route. So we're all unified out here together. And we would love to hear from Renee Hall.
Hey. Well, hey, Ori has your information. I can get it. I can get it. Okay, thanks, man. Nice to meet you. Really nice to meet you.
But I did not want to miss the opportunity to stand up here with you guys, to stand up here and tell you guys that I'm proud of every single one of you guys. I don't know y'all, but I'm proud of you because you are making history. See, when we were younger, we would see these history books of the people who would protest walking next to MLK. And I always said in my head, if I would have lived back then, I would have been with him. I would have been ready to die. I would have been ready to go to jail. And I heard a lot of people say that, but I don't see them here. And we can be part of that change. If you want to make history, be on the right side of history. And I'm tired of seeing, this goes to my Hispanics. Oh my God, I'm calling out. This goes to my Hispanics. Y'all gotta challenge your preconceptions. Y'all gotta challenge your racism and colorism within you. I am tired of seeing Hispanics being racist against our brothers and sisters, African American and Black people. I am tired of it.
We all them.
Ustedes tienen que dejar de ser racistas con ustedes mismos, entre ustedes mismos y contra nuestros hermanos afroamericanos. That's it. And today we are fighting for justice. We unite ourselves with you. We say Black Lives Matter. We want to fight against mass incarceration. We are tired of corporations making money off of bodies inside of jail. What? That's ridiculous. They're making money off of keeping our brothers and sisters in jail. And I'm so tired of it. They're separating our Black men from their families. We will no longer stand and say that is okay. No longer. That's it. And my daughter standing over there, she will know that we fought for this. And she will grow up to be a leader too. We will not stand quiet to injustice anymore. That's it. God bless you.
The crowd continues to grow here at Dallas City Hall. So we're well over 500.
Hey guys, my name is Koya Gilmore. This is my first time being to a protest ever. I wanted to speak on the young people in America and the young adults who are allowed to vote. We all grew up knowing that when we vote for the president, it makes a change, whether it's good or bad. But we need to know what other seats in office are important. Like the constable, marshal, sheriff. There's people in office that are not doing their job. They're not speaking up even if they want to. And the ones who are not speaking up means they don't care. So we need guidance in our communities
I'm a
for the
Central
young
Track. I
people
got a sticker if you want.
that are allowed to vote. Because our vote
We're live right
does
now.
make a change. And it should make a change. So what we need in our communities for young people,
Thanks for asking.
young Black people, African American, Mexican, Latino, and everybody, white people, every young person that is allowed to vote, they should know what other seats in office vice president what to vote for. Thank you.
This is cool. They are wiping down the microphone between speakers. We are still in a pandemic, folks.
How y'all doing? Well, all right. I didn't come here to say
everything's scripted.
She asked for solutions. So what I'm
We'll
gonna
get
say
through
here is
it.
probably just gonna be a reminder to most of y'all. But first off, the solution is action. For me personally, this feels like a different experience. We've seen black men die. We've seen black boys. We've seen black women. We've seen Latinos and Latinas die as well on camera. And this is not the first time. But for me, this feels different. It feels like there's real change that is going to come out of this. And I'm seeing things on social media. I'm seeing conversations had in places I haven't seen had before. And so what I urge you all to do is find a way to take action. Today, I didn't plan on taking off to come to this protest. I have a friend in town from Portland, and I had the day off, but I felt compelled to come here because I've been stuck at a desk working for a white corporation for the last 2-3 months. And I feel powerless when I'm at that desk. And so what I urge you all is to take action. I decided to speak today because I figured if I could speak up in a Monday meeting, I can speak up here as well. I urge you all to take action. Find a way to find black-owned stores, even if you're white.
Yeah.
You gotta understand that if you want to find something to progress, you have to take what's the negative that's been done before. You have to take the Malcolm X has a quote. He says, "If you stab a knife in my back 6 inches and you only take it out 3, the knife is still in my back." So just feel compelled, I guess, to take that extra action. I'm saying as a black man, you have to do double than that. And you have to make sure that you make a concerted effort to raise your family and to inform your friends around you. So all I gotta say is out of this, I wanna see legislation. I wanna see black men and families move their dollars to other black men and their families. And I wanna see that done on a day in, day out basis, not just for a hashtag, not just for a news cycle, and not just for a photo op. I'm not taking no pictures while I'm out here. I'm trying to do something for real. So God bless y'all.
Hello, everybody.
Need water?
My name is Evan Torres, and I want to start this off by saying something. I'm scared, okay? I'm scared to be up here right now. I'm scared to be talking in public, but what I'm most scared of is my own city. It's scary to see that police officers are out here arresting
There's a bunch of
people
water
with no just
stations in the
cause,
back.
and they're not being held accountable for their own causes. But there's one thing that I won't be scared of. That's regret. I spoke to someone yesterday, and he tried to help out the community, and he soon said, "I feel that wasn't my place to talk," just because he was a white man. And I want everyone to know to not ever think that. It doesn't matter the color of your skin, it doesn't matter what age you are, it doesn't matter who you are. I'm not part of the NTTA, I'm not a part of Mothers with Sons. I'm sorry if I forgot the name. I'm not
Called Not My Son.
anybody, and that's a good thing. That means I can be anyone I want to be. And I want to be someone who makes a change. The one thing I'm not scared of is regret. And I won't have any regret coming here and speaking to all of you. And I know you don't have any regrets either. So please, fight strong, share pictures, post it on Snapchat, post it on Instagram. It doesn't matter. Black lives matter. All lives matter. Y familia hispana, estamos todos juntos. No es como una parte, no es de otra parte, es de todos juntos. Es de nuestra ciudad. Cuando nos quieren mandar para atrás, no los dejes. Estamos juntos aquí en los Estados Unidos. Thank you.
These young people are doing a phenomenal job.
Okay, hello. Oh man, I'm loud. Hi, my name is Carrie, and I came up here to talk to the people with family that don't understand white privilege, or that we inherently, because of my skin, I am in less danger, and how to talk to your family about how that is a thing, because I have family that doesn't understand. I have family that doesn't know why they need to take a knee. I have family that doesn't understand why they didn't just comply. They don't understand. So I want to just come here and talk to people and tell call out your family members, call out your racist friends, call out anyone you see who is practicing injustice, because if you don't, silence is violence. Thank you.
revolution will be televised. The revolution will be televised. I stand on behalf of every camera person out here. I was out Friday night with my constitutional rights. This is what I shoot with. But as a side effect, this is what they shoot with. They almost burnt my leg up. DPD, Dallas Police Department, almost burnt my leg up for documenting us. Don't let them put your cameras away. If you got a 9, pull out your 9. But don't let this get us messed up. Because this would get them messed up. My grandmother bought me this camera. And I say that to say this is, I shoot with love. I shoot because all of you out here. I shoot for my little cousins. I want to see them grow up. Like, I shoot for y'all. I shoot for us. So when we look back in the future history book, oh yeah, I marched. I made a difference. I got organized. I worked with my people. I talked. I was out with DPD. I know they violate constitutional rights. They hit me on the bridge. They hit me Friday night. To the brother who can't speak now, who lost his eye because of DPD, I shoot for you. Like, for everyone. Look, my homegirl came out she don't come out to protest, but she came out to shoot for us. So everyone with a phone, this is my charge to you. Take it out, do something, get active. Like, you can post a hashtag, but get active. Be in the midst of things so people can see what's happening. So this won't have to happen no more. Like, and I hope it never happens to anyone.
I can personally testify. I also got hit with a flashbang from DPD while documenting this. Central Track, let me give you a sticker. Yeah, media. What? For what? For the calls? Oh, well, I mean, we're reporting it for the cause. I mean, I believe in it. I think it's important that it be covered, you know? I don't see other media out here like we are. You know, we've been around for 8 years. I used to work at the Dallas Divergent.
All right, thank you for that.
All the above, if that suffices.
So, I want to give a quick couple of points. I'm not going to give my name. You can just call me the educated black man. I want to hold DPD responsible and accountable for everything that's been going on with the peaceful protesters that were attacked on the bridge. We should hold Chief Hall accountable for the protesters. We should also have racial sensitivity training. It's time for our officers to reflect the areas that they're serving. And lastly, like I said, and lastly, This is a call out to millennials, all millennials in the crowd, young people with a voice to vote. It's not just important to vote during the general election. It's not just important to vote during November every 4 years. You have to keep it up. You have to do it in the midterms. You have to do it in local elections. But when you get in trouble in your local home state, Donald J. Trump ain't got nothing to do with that. It's the people that are in your city council, it's your DAs, it's your police officers. You have to hold them accountable by voting in local elections as well as general elections. Thank you for your time. Peace.
At this moment, there are also people inside City Hall giving testimony to City Council. 200 people signed up for 1 minute apiece, I believe. It is a listening
Black
session.
lives matters. Both and John argued for 10 years. We went to church together, we prayed together. And for that woman to call him a silhouette, for a minute, I want y'all to just bow and pray for his mother Allison. Because she called him a silhouette. That she looked up and she saw a silhouette. That's all. I know there's a lot of mothers who are hurting. So let's just bow for 1 minute, 1 second, and just pray for these families that's being hurt. Thank you, Jesus. Also, I want to say that we go from step to step. There's a lot of us, a lot of young men are in prison because they said that we hit them. The officer said we hit them, so you get a charge, 5 years, 10 years. But you say you hit them, you don't even make it to the grand jury. And that's the whole thing. It do not make it to the grand jury. And first of all, the unit is the police stops it. And then when you go up to the DA's office, they have no idea what's going on. So we got to start moving it more and more. Unless we don't stop it, it's going to keep on going. And all I want to say is no justice. No peace. No justice. No peace.
First, thank you to the community organizers. I came out today, probably like a lot of people who were nervous to be arrested. So to hear Dominique's story, I still had fears. This isn't my first rally, my first time marching, my first time doing anything, but it's certainly my first time speaking in front of people, especially in a crowd of this size. So forgive me if I'm a little nervous, but I guess I want to speak a word of encouragement. This isn't my first time, but I guess this is the first time I actually feel hopeful. I usually borrow James Baldwin like words to, wax poetic about this not being my Negro problem. This is y'all's problem. But like, I can't tell you why I deserve to live. If I need to do that, then there's a moral corruption that's bigger and larger than I could ever speak to. But the encouraging part is that